we'll be starting chapter 2. Like I said in the previous video, didn't want to combine the chapters together. So, that way you're not scrambling to, find the bits and pieces of one chapter in another. And for those who watched the previous video, did you figure out this was here before? In the beginning of the video of the last one? Anyways, let's get started. Because y'all know me, I yap way too much. I can't help it, okay? It's like sometimes I just get reminded of things and I have to yap about it. Anyways, oh, I don't have my water. That will be the end of me if I don't. When Taku told him I finished my painting, the very worried Ray showed up with a veritable mountain of home-cooked food and forced me to eat it. After that, unsurprisingly, my body, or more specifically, my stomach, felt like lead, so I laid myself down on the sofa. Ray claimed he was just making sure I wasn't malnourished, but if you asked me, he was every bit as overprotective as Taku. It wasn't pleasant to stuff myself with food when my body was so used to going without. No, I definitely understand that though. Because there are times when, I'm not feeling great because, body stuff, and, just, it's like my brain just completely forgets about the thought of eating, It's like, sometimes I'd sit there and it'd be, hours since I, last munched on something, and I'd be like, I'm still not hungry, which is obviously a very concerning thing because nobody should be going, hours without eating something. But that's just how my body operates, so I feel him at those times. But it's like you have to force yourself to eat something, otherwise you're gonna fucking pass the fuck out. My stomach finally settled. I picked up my cell phone and tapped around while I had a smoke. I opened my inbox and skimmed through the replies to the art model listing. Some applicants had attached photos to their emails, but none of it really caught my interest. Right as I was starting to think they were all duds, however, my eye landed on the subject line of the final email. Is that everything? I guess so. In a place of a greeting or cover letter explaining why they should be chosen, all they had written was a short poem. Why does he go for all the artistic people? Like the previous guy, he was pretty much like an artist of a sort. Because I'm pretty sure floriculture is considered like an art, like arrangement and stuff like that. And also he made art with it, the dead flowers and whatnot. And this person is an artist as well, except in the writing area. O holy Savior, grant me thy salvation. I am your faithful servant. I have no words to describe the beauty of your heavenly messengers. Wait, is it a poem or a haiku? No, I think it's a poem. Never mind. I was about to say, is it a poem or haiku? But I'm like, this is definitely not a haiku. The syllables don't match. The content of the poem was religious in nature. I had received several emails like these in the past, but they seemingly changed their email address every time because none of my responses ever went through. So these days I just ignored them. I was curious at first, but after reading the same thing over and over, the novelty had worn off. Plus, the tone of these poems got a lot more urgent somehow. I couldn't see myself caring. Okay, just double checking that I was not muted. Wait, is the palette gone? Ah, it is clean. Okay. I mean, I kind of figured who would be, but um, it doesn't hurt to just check. But this remains the same. I closed the email and navigated to Ruth's blog. The article at the top featured my latest Euphoria piece. Ray must have uploaded the photos he took when he came by. I felt like going down to have a drink, and not just because of the blog. You sure about that one? So I pulled on my coat and left the apartment. My body felt heavy from days and days of barely moving. Slowly but surely, I headed to Roost. What's going on? After being cooped up for so long, the nippy night air felt pleasant against my skin. During the day, the air hung low over the bustling city, but the nights were always crisp. The colder, the better. I don't know about that one. I hate being cold. I really do. Like, even now, I'm trying my best to be, like, warm as hell. As I approached the downtown area, but traffic began to increase. The city was decked out in Christmas decorations, and classic songs played over the loudspeakers. As the passerby walked along giddily, I spotted a kid clinging to a store display window, tugging on his mom's hand and begging for something. He pointed to a big teddy bear sitting on the windowsill. The sight made me avert my eye. For whatever reason, I didn't feel comfortable about it. Aside from the cold weather, I hated the month of December. I didn't explain why, but it was. For most people, particularly those who lived on the mainland, Christmas was a time of love and hope and joy. But Shinkoumi was different. Each year, as the temperature got steadily colder and colder, deaths among the homeless population began to skyrocket. But Shinkoumi didn't care about the unidentified corpses. They had worse crimes to be dealing with. Fortunately, the city was originally built on a landfill, so there was no shortage of places to dump a body. These days, a lot of them were dumped in District A in the sea of debris caused by sinkholes, since they would be less conspicuous there. This kind of thing was always on the news, but it was so normalized by this point that nobody cared anymore. Sure, everyone was probably scared at first, but after you lived in it for a while, you would inevitably adapt. Here, buried in the downtown area, the tragedy was buried beneath the festive lights and music. In Shinkoumi, you could step over a corpse and not even notice. Arriving at Roost, I opened the door and walked in.
いらっしゃいってと大丈夫
Bro, it's brick cold out there. What do you mean, am I okay? While he was on the clock, Ray was all smiles, but as soon as he laid eyes on me, he frowned and raced over. I nodded, then headed to the counter and availed myself of an empty seat.
いらっしゃい何にする
Surprise me.
ウイスキー
Dang it. Ah. The manager promptly set about making my drink. Meanwhile, I put another cigarette between my lips and looked around the bar. Hold on a second. Just don't want this noise getting caught in the audio. Alright, there we go. Meanwhile, I put an unlit cigarette between my lips and looked around the bar. Did I read that already? Probably. Who cares? Among all the regulars, I could see one unfamiliar face seated at the very end of the counter. As I lit my cigarette, the manager handed me my drink, and I shifted my attention to the glass. I took a long drag and exhaled the smoke, and then I picked up my drink and took a sip. Just then, Ray walked to the counter.
体調は
まあ、
休んでた方が良かったんじゃないの
He is resting, what do you mean? As he tried to peer at my face, I turned my head and exhaled more smoke.
引きこもりっぱなしじゃ体が弱って歩けなくなるだろ
やだ、おじいちゃんみたい。でも、とはならあり得る話ね。
He laughed, though the worry didn't fade from his face.
でも、今回の絵もとっても良かった。店長が早速実物を展示したいって言ってたわよ。ね、店長。
He called over the counter to the manager as he wiped the glass.
ぜひ持ってきてよ。
私が勝手に持ってくるわ。いいわよね、とは
ご自由に。
At this, Ray raised his fist triumphantly in the air, and the manager smiled.
あ、そうだ。もうすぐクリスマスじゃない。またお店でパーティーするから、とわも来なさいよね。
No!
タクから聞いた。
それならなおさら来なさいよ。と、はい、今行きます。
Someone called from the table area, and Ray walked off in that direction. I set my cigarette against the side of the ashtray and took another sip of my drink. Then, as I was taking another drag, my eye wandered back to the man at the end of the counter. He kept fidgeting restlessly, catching my attention the entire time I was talking to Ray. He was a slender man, dressed in a well-fitting suit and silver-framed glasses. But in a place like this, his tidy appearance that... Oh, it was his tidy appearance. I'm like, huh? It was his tidy appearance that made him stick out. Judging from the way he kept glancing all around, he was completely paranoid. His smoke was brown and swaying restlessly. Clearly, the guy was freaked out.
店長、
The manager looked at me. I gestured to the man with my gaze.
誰
ああ、
The manager looked over at him, then paused.
まあ、トワ君には話してもいいかな。誰にも言わないだろうし。
言う相手がいないからな。
True. With a chuckle, he leaned forward over the counter.
あの人、実は医者なんだ。
Yeah?
医者
Oh, so this is the doctor.
そう。鷹の口医院の先生だよ。
Akanokochi? Hmm.
へえ。
As I took a drag, I glanced at the man out of the corner of my eye.
よく来るのか。
いや、たまにかな。でもいつも落ち着かない感じですぐ帰っちゃうんだよね。
No surprise there. I looked back at the bespectacled doctor. Akanokochi Medical Office. The same place where Ikuina was hospitalized. I heard it was larger and better equipped than Murase Clinic. The only reason a big shot doctor would be caught dead at this bar is if he had some unusual proclivities. Then, on a whim, the mischievous side reared up. With my cigarette between my lips, I grabbed my glass and stood up. Oh god, leave him alone, Noah. Oh my god. I walked over to. Okay, he's Dr. Specs now, I guess. Joa, please. I walked over to Dr. Specs and sat down next to him. Flinching, he looked at me in alarm and hastily faced forward once more.
医者の先生なんだって。
With a lazy grin, I leaned in close, but he promptly turned his face away. I could see his hands trembling on the counter. His smoke was twisted violently, thrashing. This provoked a sadistic urge in me, and I reached out to touch his hand. But, leave this man alone. The moment I made contact, he whipped his hand away and leapt up sharply, his chair clattering behind him. Panicked, he pulled his wallet from his coat pocket, dropped a few bills on the counter, and grabbed his suitcase. Good going, Doa. You scared him. But then again, he was already anxious, so I think anybody would have scared him. Then, with a pointed glare in my direction, he stormed out. Honestly deserved. Like, just leave people alone, Doa, just like how you want to be left alone, alright? Alright? As I watched all this unfold, Ray came barreling over.
ちょっと見てたわよ。手出したの？そういうのやめなさいよね。お客さん減っちゃうじゃない。
医者なのか聞いただけだ。
でも触ったでしょ。初対面からそういうの良くないと思います。
軽いスキンシップだろ。
No? I think in most places it's universal not to touch people you just met. He sighed in exasperation and walked off to the table area. Pinching my cig between my fingers, I grabbed my glass and took a sip of whiskey. Not only was that doctor out of place here, but the moment someone interacted with him, flipped his lid. Granted, not everyone was predisposed to social interaction, but we didn't often get his type around here, so it was kind of novel. Okay, got our first clue. These thoughts only lingered for a moment. Wait, actually, hold on, before I finish reading this. Like, is it gonna get harder from here? Like, is it gonna be harder to, like, judge what is the right clue? Because, like, we started off with, like, 2 for Ikuina. But is it gonna, like, increase? Is there gonna be, like, 3, 4, 5, 10? That worries me if it does increase. Because, oh my god. I have to use my brain. And if you guys know, me and braining does not work well together. Alright. These thoughts only lingered for a moment, however. By the time the whiskey slid down my throat, I had already forgotten all about him. Which is quite a feat in of itself. Let's see. Deadly hypothermia causes cases skyrocket. Single mother cry for help. Parental neglect is on the rise. Christmas. Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that the issue now? Sorry about that. I gotta show up when people enter the place, otherwise they're gonna have no idea that I'm still alive. And come bother me. Anyways, after a long night of drinking at Roost, Ray flagged me down after his shift ended, and together we went home. Normally he rode a motorcycle to work, but since it looked like it was going to rain, he walked here instead. Wait, really? He rides a motorcycle? Ray is starting to look more and more appealing. It's like, I thought at first when he said that he works at like a host bar club thing, it's like, oh, he's just another pretty face. Then they said, oh yeah, he does like death matches sometimes. I'm like, oh, okay. Pretty face who can also fight. And now the motorcycle, I'm like, okay. Alright, I see. I see what I'm picking up what you're putting down. They haven't really given much about Taku though. That's why I can't really like decide much on him. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to the rugged type, but all I really know is that he's a doctor. Alright. And so the two of us set off, me to Murase Clinic and him to his apartment. As we walked along, chatting aimlessly, a small figure ran past us and into the still active downtown area. Ray whirled around as if to give chase, but stopped.
ねえ、今走ってたの子供じゃない？
We both stared down the street, but couldn't see any trace of them. Honestly, it wasn't that surprising for a kid to be roaming the streets of Shinkoumi at night.
売りだろ。
Oh my god, no! Wait. Oh my god, do they actually have those here?
そんな感じじゃなかったわ。全速力で走ってて、まるで何かから逃げてるような。
Oh my god. Damn, are things really that bad here? Oh my god. Ray pursed his lips.
私、ちょっと追いかけてみる。
Of course you are. And with that, he took off running. Before I could say a word, he disappeared into the night. I sighed and crouched down on the sidewalk. Don't stay in the middle of the sidewalk, please. Like, off to the side, right? Technically, I wasn't obligated to wait for him. I could have just gone home without him, but I was already lethargic from the booze. So I decided it was time for a smoke break. I took a drag, exhaled, and watched the passers-by. As I zoned out and enjoyed a smoke, I heard little footsteps right before something crashed into me from behind. The high-pitched voice caught my attention, and I turned. A young boy was standing there, about 10 years old, gasping for breath, with a look of surprise on his face. We stared at each other for a few seconds. Then, he crouched down and pressed up against me like he was using me as a shield.
おい。何してる？離れろよ。親はどうした？早く帰れ。
The boy shook his head vigorously and refused to move.
おい。
Just then, a group of men dashed out from a nearby alley.
この野郎、母親はどこに行ったか言えってんだよ。
They were screaming about something, and when they spotted me, they stopped short.
おい、てめえそいつのなんだ。
I don't know him.
さあ。
関係ないなら、その坊主を渡しな。
By all means, gladly, take him. A man in a red shirt walked up and attempted to intimidate me. Just step to the side, Dilla. It's not your business. I looked up at him, cigarette between my lips.
渡せって言ってんだよ。
持ってけば。
True, just take him. Why do I have to move? The words left my lips in a haze of smoke. Apparently, they were after the kid behind me. But I wasn't involved in their business, I'd say as much.
ざけてんのか?
The guy in the red shirt was getting pissy. He didn't seem to like my attitude. While they were distracted with me, the boy stood up and took off like a bat out of hell.
なあこれ、間違えれ、捕まえろ。
Two of Red Shirt's buddies ran after the kid. The remaining three stepped up to me.
てめえ、今わざと逃がしやがったな。
No, you're just incompetent. Like, if you really wanted that boy, you would have just went around me. Hello? Are you dumb?
なわけないだろ。
うるせえ、やっちまえ。
The men all lunged at me at once, dragging me to the ground. A cigarette fell from my lips as a full-body beatdown began. Normally, I enjoyed pain, but this was not one of those times. These guys were the type who used violence to stroke their own egos. They never picked a fight with someone their own size. That was not the kind of violence I enjoyed, and I wanted no part in it. So, I didn't even bother fighting back. Instead, I lay there like I was waiting out a passing storm. When I came to, the men were gone. I mean, I would assume so. Why would they hang around? Instead, I was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Of course. As I sat up, I reflexively spat out the fluid in my mouth. Blood. Apparently, they really did a number on me. The slightest movement on my arm made my body ache all over. In particular, my left ankle felt like it was on fire and refused to budge. Maybe it was broken. I could hear ambulance sirens in the distance. Someone in the crowd must have called for one. Oh, how kind! But I would have sooner crawled home than accept help from strangers. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, why? With that thought, I pressed both hands to the ground and tried to push myself up. But my left leg refused to cooperate. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't get up. With a sigh, I reluctantly gave up. Probably for the best. The ambulance took me to the Takanokuchi medical office. Apparently, it was the closest available medical facility. I was carried into the building on a stretcher. Then, a male doctor arrived and treatment began. Following an x-ray, they determined my left ankle was sprained. Boy, you got lucky.
骨は折れていないので、腫れが引けば大丈夫ですよ。
He applied medical tape to hold my ankle in place, then told me to go home and put it on ice if it started to hurt. He offered me a pair of crutches, but I declined, since I could still walk without putting weight on my left foot. Then he patched up my other injuries and left the exam room. Next, the nurse asked me for my name and contact info. I said my last name was Murase, then gave her Taku's phone number. I did this anytime I ended up at a hospital. Most people born in Shinkoumi didn't have a birth certificate, myself included. Since a lot of people went by fake names and/or had no other family, hospitals couldn't turn a profit if they turned those patients away. So while medical facilities were generally averse to treating gangsters and other troublemakers, they were willing to overlook a lot of other things. Just then, I remember the doctor I'd met at Roost the other night. Supposedly, he worked here.
この病院にメガネをかけた40代くらいの男の先生っている？
Yeah, like, you know, is he here? Because I was hitting on him last night and he ran away.
ですね。二人ほど。
The nurse looked at me dubiously.
ちょっと神経質そうで背筋を伸ばして歩くような感じの人なんだけど。
ああ、それは朝倉先生ですね。非常勤の先生です。
人からいい評判を聞いたから見てもらいたいと思って。
ああ、そうなんですね。
I wasn't sure this excuse would fly, considering I didn't even know what field this Asakura guy specialized in, but she nodded in understanding.
朝倉先生は毎日来てる。
非常勤なので毎日はいらっしゃらないんです。月曜と木曜、土曜の午前中ならいらっしゃいますよ。
Damn, Saturday morning specifically. Once it turns 12 p.m., he's out of here. Because that's no longer morning. Judging from the way he reacted to me, he probably didn't want anyone knowing about his visits to Roost. So, if someone from the bar showed up at his workplace, he'd probably flip. As my inner mischief maker began to plot, I slowly slid off the hospital bed. Oh, please. Leave him be. While I was at the billing counter, I asked about Asakura's schedule. They told me he had an appointment available the next day, so I took it. After I left Takanokuchi, I checked my phone and found a dozen message notifs from Ray filling my screen. I wrote back to let him know I was on my way home, then started walking, dragging my hurt leg behind me. As you do, I suppose. Hey, Taku. I got beat up today.
やだ。何どうしたの？
Taku and Ray were waiting for me in the lobby. As soon as I walked in, they jumped to their feet.
お前、その足。
骨折？っていうかボロボロじゃない。どうしよう。
Ray pressed both hands to his mouth, blinking back tears. Ray, it's not that serious.
本当にごめんね。私のせいで。あの時、私が子供を追いかけちゃったから。
ああ。
That was where it all started, but I didn't hold him responsible for it.
子供は見つけたんだけど、すぐ逃げられちゃって。
He was probably referring to the same kid who bumped into me. The guy must have thought Ray was with the thugs who were after him.
その後に戻ったんだけど、トアがいなくなってたから、てっきりクリニックに戻ったのかと思って。何があったの？本当にごめんね。本当。
そんなキャラだったか、お前。
Grinning, I teased him. His guilty expression hardened as he scowled at me.
キャラとかそういうの関係ないわよ。本当に悪いと思ってるんだから。
タバコと酒で。
For a moment, he stared back at me in confusion. Then his glare sharpened.
不健康！
まあまあ、落ち着け。
Yes, Dad. We'll stop arguing. Taku held out both hands to Ray in a stop gesture. Then he looked at me.
レイと離れてる間に何があった？喧嘩にでも巻き込まれたのか？
Literally.
勘違いで襲われた。
勘違いか。
さあ。
まあいい。それで病院へ行ったわけないよな、お前が。救急車か？
ああ。高野口医院に運ばれた。
そうか。
Taku furrowed his brow with a hard look on his face.
ねえ、その足じゃ歩くのも大変でしょ。支えるわ。
Clearly, Ray still felt responsible for my injuries. I started to put my arm around his shoulders.
いいって歩けるから。
疲れちゃうわよ。それどころか、部屋にたどり着く前に力尽きるかもしれないし。
Look, if I sleep outside on the floor, I sleep outside on the floor.
まさか。
あんたなら十分ありえるわよ。
ない。
二人ともやめろ。とわ、今日はもう自分の部屋でゆっくり休め。いいな。
Yes, Dad. In the end, Ray insisted he would help me walk, and I reluctantly went along with him. Both Ray and Taku escorted me into the elevator and up to the third floor. When I returned to my apartment, I sat down sideways on the sofa and stretched my left leg out. Ray brought some ice packs and situated them around my ankle.
足以外の怪我は大丈夫なのか？
He looked at me with sympathy.
特に何も言われなかった。
そうか。鷹の口医院で見てもらったから大丈夫だとは思うが、他に何か気になることはないか？
This reminded me of Asakura.
ルーストに鷹の口医院の医者が来てた。
医者？ルースとの客と同じ顔が鷹の口医院にいたってことか？
いや、ルーストでやけに浮いてる客がいたから店長に聞いたら教えてくれた。スーツ姿でメガネをかけた男がカウンター席に一人で座ってそわそわしてるんだ。気にならないわけないだろ。
なるほど。他の店と間違えて入ったとかじゃないのか？
何度か来てるって言ってた。朝倉って名前の男だ。
Instantly, Taku's expression shifted.
朝倉？
知ってるのか？
まあ。
What do you mean you could say that? Just say yes or no. Taku responded vaguely, then pressed a hand to his mouth.
トアがちょっかい出してたあの医者、タクの知り合いなの？
ただ話しかけただけだろ。
本当かしら。
Ray donned a teasing grin, but Taku's expression was still deadly serious.
名前はいつ聞いたんだ？
Give me 1 second. Okay, that feels much better.
鷹の口医院に行った時に看護師に特徴を話して聞いた。
わざわざそこまでしたのか？
ルーストに通う挙動不審の医者なんて今までにない客だからな。
それはそうかもしれんが。
Is there something you're not telling me, Taku? You seem strangely resistant.
あの朝倉って医者と何かあるのか？
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is your issue, Taku?
大学の時の先輩だ。
And? That's not telling me
そ
much.
うなんだ。そうは見えなかったわね。タクよりも若そうな感じ。
俺は留年してるんだよ。
Imagine repeating a year. Oh my god. Imagine repeating a year. Okay, now, there are some people out there who do repeat a year for various reasons. But man... Taku shot back, scowling.
そうなのね。でもあの先生、すっごい真面目そうな感じだったけど、やっぱりルーストに通ってるのは意外なの？
まあ、そうだな。
でも、人は見かけによらないって言うしね。
確かにそうなんだな。
Haku nodded, his expression still dark.
でもトアがわざわざ深入りしようとするなんて珍しいわね。あ、もしかして
Fixed me with a devilish grin.
朝倉先生のこと追いかけたくなっちゃった？ちょっかい出そうとしてすごい拒絶されてたもんね。
He's playing hard to get.
あの店であんな反応されたのは初めてだからな。
確かに無理して来なくてもいいわけだしね。わざわざ来る理由は気になるわ。
だからってからかおうとするなよ。
I shrugged. Haku let out an exasperated sigh.
それじゃ俺たちは帰るぞ。ちゃんと歩けるようになるまで仕事は休め。テーブルの上に鎮痛剤を置いておくから痛みがひどかったら飲めよ。まあお前には必要ないかもしれんが。
ただでさえ絵を描いた後で消耗してるだろうし、しっかり休んでね。何かあったら連絡ちょうだい。
After the two of them left the room, I reached out to the coffee table. I grabbed a blister pack of sleeping pills, popped two in my mouth, and washed them down with a sip from a liquor bottle. Off the floor. Sorry about that. If I didn't force myself to rest, my body would cease to function. I had no strong attachment to staying alive, but that didn't mean I was eager to die. As long as I was alive, there was always something halfway decent to enjoy. See, that's a decent attitude to have. I wish it was something different, but I mean, hey, if you're like Doa, please think like this. At least there's something halfway decent to enjoy, man. Thus, I was in no hurry to kick the bucket. And so, I closed my eye and waited for sleep to force itself upon me. And the next day, I woke up just before noon, jacked my bad leg. I went to the bathroom and got ready to leave. I'm sorry, dragging my bad leg. I'm like, that sentence did not sound right. Today, I had an appointment at the Takanokuchi medical office. Saku had warned me not to bully Asakura, but I was dying to see what the guy's reaction would be like if a roost regular showed up. And since my ankle was sprained, it wasn't unreasonable that I would want to go back for a checkup. Of course, truth be told, I had full access to a doctor right here at home. But he didn't know that. I took the elevator down to the ground floor. Oh, is that the elevator right there? I'm just now noticing. And when I walked out, I found Ray standing there. Apparently, he was waiting for the elevator at that exact moment. He blinked at me in surprise.
嫌だとは今様子を見に行こうと思ってたのよ。どこか行くの？
ちょっと
ちょっとどこ？
鷹の口
I tried to be vague about my destination, but he kept pressing me, and I caved. Apparently, he was really hung up on the idea that my injuries were his fault. I got the sense he would probably want to tag along.
付き添うわ。ちょうどもうすぐ昼休みだし、今日はそこまで患者さんも多くないし、タクに声かけてくる。
Of course.
別に俺一人でも。
ダメ。またいつどこで怪我するか分かったもんじゃないんだから。
His tone was uncharacteristically firm.
ちょっとここで待ってて。すぐ戻るから。
わかった。
Quickly, go while he's not here. That's the secret. When somebody wants to come with you, be like, okay, fine. and you don't want them to come. You're like, okay, fine. And you wait for them to go get their stuff and you just take off. As Ray's footsteps hastily retreated to the back of the clinic, I let out a sigh. But I get why he wouldn't, because, like, it'd be a pain later when Ray starts fussing at him. And so Ray borrowed Taku's company car to drive me to Takanokuchi medical office. Ray had both a driver's license and a motorcycle license, and he decided taking the car would be best for my ankle. As for me, I wasn't licensed in anything. I didn't need to be. If I ever wanted to go somewhere far, I took the bus or water taxi. The hospital was only a 10-minute drive from Murase Clinic. I could see the tall, impressive building just ahead. We parked the car on the street and then entered the premises on foot. Last time I was here, I hadn't seen the big sign out front that read Takanokuchi Medical Office, Internal Medicine, Surgery, and Pediatrics. Does he work with kids? Ray helped me walk in through the front entrance. Oh, I can understand. Making an appointment, being like, hey, I want to talk about my kid. See if they can come see you. Ray helped me walk in through the front entrance, and after we were all checked in, he sat me down in a chair in the waiting room. The room was full of other patients waiting their turn. Walls were dotted with stickers of cartoon characters and lined with shelves of picture books and manga. There was even a Christmas tree decorated with angel dolls and plush toys. Unsurprisingly, for a facility with a pediatric ward, there were a lot of families here. Ray and I didn't really fit in.
子供が多いのね。この辺は小児科がないからかしら。
Ray whispered in my ear. Apparently, he was thinking the same thing. As I sat there feeling extremely out of place, I overheard some of the parents talking.
そうなのよ。他の病院にも行ってみたんだけど、うちの子は朝倉先生がいいって。ね、朝倉先生が好きなんでしょ？
What is he doing to the kids?
うん、好き。さっきもそうよね。朝倉先生がいいんでしょ？
What is he doing to the kids?
朝倉先生は診察も丁寧だし、よく話を聞いてくれるものね。
先生きっと子供好きなのよ。子供もそういうのがわかるんでしょうね。親としてはおとなしく診察を受けてくれて助かるわ。
I just feel like he's doing something to the kids. I don't know what, but it's something.
本当にそうよね。うちの子歯医者が大嫌いで。
Apparently, Asakura was highly regarded. About an hour later, they finally called my name. Ray offered to come with me to the exam room, but naturally I declined. Then I rose to my feet and slowly walked down the hall, dragging my leg. A nurse helped me into the exam room, where I spotted a bespectacled man sitting at a desk. He was wearing a freshly starched lab coat and looking at my charts on his monitor. The room's interior was carefully decorated to appeal to children. If anything, it was the self-serious doctor who didn't seem to belong here. As instructed by the nurse, I took my left shoe off and then sat on the exam table. Only then did Asakura finally turn away from the charts to look at me. His aloof eyes met mine. Sure enough, it was the man I met at Roost. I recognized him straight away. But his expression didn't shift at all. Maybe he didn't remember me. I purposely curled my lips in a provocative sneer and gazed deep into his eyes.
昨日はどうも。
昨日
Asakura furrowed his brow.
ルーストにいただろ。
Roost, what are you talking about? His sharp, calculating eyes widened slightly. He was clearly flustered. But a moment later, he cleared his throat and composed himself.
人違いではないかな。おそらく初対面だと思うので。
Evidently, he was planning to play dumb. No surprise there, since we were alone in the room.
夜間救急にいらしたそうですね。足の方はどうですか？見せてください。
He crouched down and touched my ankle.
まだ腫れていますが、安静にしていれば引いていくと思います。1週間後くらいにまた来てください。
You know what? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Toa fucked up his ankle more just so he can have excuses to come see him. Oh, Toa.
一応、痛みがひどい時のための薬を出しておきましょう。
He spoke in a clinical tone. Then he straightened up, returned to his computer, and typed something onto my chart. I hopped off the table and put my shoe back on, all while scrutinizing his face and profile. His repeated attempts to stay composed had me curious, but maybe he'd come back to roost sometime. Better not to push too hard at the beginning.
それと、
As I headed for the door, he called after me.
あの店には気分転換で飲みに行くだけだ。変わった店だからな。
What that mean? What that mean? I heard him muttering and turned back to find him glaring at me. Is this the real you?
そう。
I smiled back faintly. His eyes lit up in anger. Just then, the door suddenly opened and a young boy ran in. He made a beeline straight for Asakura, his arms outstretched. Asakura looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and gently grasped the boy by the shoulders.
おや、どうしたんだい、まさきくん。
こらダメでしょマー君。
A young woman, presumably his mother, rushed into the room and scooped him up into her arms.
もうごめんなさい。少し目を離した隙に。
いえ、大丈夫ですよ。でも、転んで怪我をしたら危ないので、しっかり見ていてあげてくださいね。
はい、本当にすみません。
I love that she's just mother with child. I mean, hey, at least she's not mother with child, eh? The mother bowed apologetically to both of us. Asakura watched them with an amused smile. This was nothing like the barely civil attitude he had shown with me. Right before the woman left the room, however, she stopped and turned back.
ああ、先生。明日のチャリティーイベント、よろしくお願いしますね。
任せてください。
After the mother and son left the room, the smile faded from Asakura's face. The stoic mask returned, and with a glance in my direction, he turned back to his desk.
次の患者さんが待っていますので、申し訳ありませんが、そろそろ。
His dramatic transformation had piqued my interest, but I decided to back down. For now. Okay, but that seal is absolutely fucking adorable. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but this seal right here, it's so adorable. I want to give it a hug. Back in the waiting room, I reunited with Ray and sat down beside him. Now to pay my bill. The room was filled with even more families than when I left. Children's voices echoed through the air.
ね
Yeah? Ray began awkwardly.
え、私たち場違いじゃない？この病院ほとんど小児科って感じよね。
まあそうだな。
なんだか幼稚園にいるみたい。別に子供が苦手なわけじゃないんだけど、そわそわしちゃう。 早くお会計呼ばれないかしら。
He squirmed in his chair as he looked at me.
そういえば次はいつ来ればいいって？
1週間後。
そっか。腫れと痛みさえ引けば問題ないんでしょ？そうしたらあとはタクに見てもらう方が早いわよね。
うん。
He was right, of course. But I had a different reason to come here. To see Asakura and gauge his reaction. Now that I had met him, I could tell that he had some deep underlying reason to go to roost. While he was a level-headed guy, he wasn't the cunning type. The more he tried to hide the truth, the more likely he was to spill it. He was a piñata full of candy, and I wanted to see what was inside. Oh god. 20 minutes later, my name was finally called. Ray went up and handled the payment for me, and then we left the building. Ray had lunch plans with a friend, so after we parked back at the clinic, he got out and walked off. As for me, I went up to my apartment to rest on the sofa. All that hobbling around had me worn out. Then lunchtime rolled around and Taku came up.
よ、足の方はどうだ？
鷹の口医院に行ってきた。
ああ、レイから聞いてる。
He walked over and crouched down to examine my injured ankle. I was smoking at the time, so I turned my head and exhaled the smoke away from him.
朝倉先生はいたのか？
予約を取ったからな。
そこまでするほど興味を持ったのか？
I raised my eyebrows playfully.
ご想像にお任せで。
たく、お前の趣味に付き合わせるのはモデルの志願者だけにしとけよ。で、昼食なんだが歩けるか？
ああ。
柳川コーヒー店に行こうかと思うんだが、どうだ
？As long as I walked slowly, I wouldn't have any trouble. I nodded and together we headed out. We took the elevator down to the ground floor, then exited the building. This was my second excursion of the day, except this time the sun was unpleasantly high in the sky. Squinting against the harsh sunshine, I headed down the brightly lit street. The walk to Yanagawa Cafe took a little longer than usual thanks to my bad leg. There, we ordered 2 honey toast meals off the lunch menu. Is that salad?
朝倉先生はどうだった？
Taku looked at me as he cut up his toast and popped a forkful into his mouth.
堅物って感じだった。
だろ？
His lips curled in a half smile.
小児科もやってるんだよな。
子供が好きみたいだな、あの先生。
It was an offhand comment, but Taku's expression darkened. He lowered his knife and fork.
朝倉先生のところへは、
ああ。
Oops. I nodded and fixed him with an inquiring look. He took a sip of his coffee, and then looked back at me, his expression conflicted.
だいぶ前の話になるんだが、ある噂を聞いてな。それから朝倉先生には
Am I
いい
right?
印象がない。
Is he a PDF file?
噂？
Taku looked away, as if uncertain where to begin.
なんていうか、その、少々過ぎた子供好きとでも言うかな。それも、見ていて目に余るくらいの。実際のところはわからんが。
In other words, he was a PDF. If there were rumors going around about it, then there must have been some incident in the past that sparked it.
何かあったのか？
朝倉先生が前にいた病院で良くない噂が立ったらしい。特に主婦の間で騒がれたみたいでな。
And word didn't reach the people here? I don't know about that
それ
one.
で、その病院を辞めて新興民へ来たようだ。
Oh, was it on the mainland?
まあ、ほら、この町に腰を落ち着ける人間なんて大体、訳ありが多いからな。
自分自身も含めて。
I meant it as a joke, of course. He scoffed.
当然だ。お前みたいなまともじゃない患者の面倒、ずっと見てるんだぞ。
Okay, damn, Taku. Damn. I laughed and started cutting up my untouched honey toast.
今は朝倉に対する母親たちの評判、悪くないみたいだけどな。
Everyone I overheard talking about him had nothing but nice things to say.
噂は所詮噂だ。勘違いされて広まっただけなのかもしれん。医者としての腕は確かだしな。
Taku lifted his mug to his lips. In a blink, his plate was empty. I took a bite of the crust and wondered how he always managed to eat so fast.
そういえば、明日はイベントがあるから、クリニックは休みだ。
Mm-hmm.
イベント？
新興味制度ってあるだろ。あそこでチャリティーイベントがあるんだ。ま、お前は怪我してるからな。無理に出る必要はないぞ。
A charity event. To think of it, the woman who came into the exam room mentioned something along those lines. And Asakura said he would be there.
行くよ。
Taku blinked at me in surprise.
どうした？何か悪いもんでも食べたのか？
俺が行きたがっちゃいけないのか？
It's not that, it's just like, usually don't want to do things that are bothersome, so you know.
お前、そういうキャラじゃないだろ。
たまにはそういう気分になることもあるんだよ。
In truth, my motivations lay elsewhere. But he didn't need to know about that. I ate about half of my honey toast and drank my cold coffee. After lunch, Taku went straight back to the clinic. I could have gone with him, but instead I opted to wander around town. Inspiration? No. Dang. As I walked, I lit a cigarette and took a drag. Oh, yay! Exploration! My favorite part. Let's see, where do we want to go? Oh, jeez. We have a lot of places. Let's see what's at the park. Oh, it's Sakaki.
まあ。
True. That literally happens, like, literally. After Halloween, instant Christmas. Yeah, like what?
へえ
He might be. Yeah? Like what? I think everybody does though, no? I should probably dodge the question. But yeah, you know, we all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. I know I do.
ネガティブいやそうか
Yeah.
あなるほど
I mean, if we are going along the lines of like a a PDF kind of secret, yeah, definitely. Well, that was enlightening. Hold on. Where do I want to go? Oh no, I'm currently here. Stupid. Going back would end it, right? Probably.
Oh.
Hey!
よ
Well, I'm gonna talk to you anyway. Fuck your nap.
そうだな。
あ
Cake sounds good right now. True. But you know he doesn't eat that much already. It's obvious what he wants to hear.
ポジティ
Let's tell him what he wants to
ブ
hear.
そうか
Oh my goodness, we're getting so much splatter.
へえ
よし。
This is supposed to have roots and stuff in it. I'm not entirely sure when it'll start. Like the branching roots. Then again, we're only on like chapter 2, so maybe it'll start happening in like 4 or something. Oh, it's him again. Everybody's like, what happened to you? Yeah? How you killing time?
あ
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Okay, but what was that big fight? Is anybody gonna tell me? I think he's a person who gets stuff done. Yeah, I'll just say what I'm really thinking. Yeah, like that. Oh, he still has the injuries. Yeah, I just noticed that. I thought they would have healed. Okay. District D. Oh, we're gonna be able to go to all the districts? Oh yeah, let's go say hi. It's been a while. What, you don't want my business?
どうも。
気をつけな。
Really?
へえ。
Something going on? Why did I want it to rejoin Japan? Mm.
どうなんだい。
Mm.
ポジティブ。
Nah, I'm gonna give her a serious answer.
いいんじゃないか。
呆れたよ。
Yeah. Yeah, she's not wrong. Amen to that. Oh my god.
それで
これは
どうも。
Oh, you made a friend, eh? Alright, where to next? I guess we could go here. We have so many places to look at. It's crazy. Before it used to be so small. I think this is a new place actually. I don't remember it. Street is packed full of seedy brothels on both sides, not to mention the nightclubs and bars. I have girls standing out in front in broad daylight, exhorting the passerby with seductive invitations. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh, what are you doing here, Ray? Hold on, wait a minute. What are you doing here?
どうかした？
Hey, but what are you doing here? Looking for a quickie? True, and if I am. Why is that his initial response? Oh, what do you mean?
ね
I mean, I suppose. Oh, I feel like this matters. No, I'll answer honestly. I want to see what he says.
え。うん。
Really? I mean, I guess that makes sense for Toa. He's lived this long, not really feeling much. So I guess love isn't something readily he can feel. Like, you guys understand what I'm trying to say, right? Like, I don't think it's impossible, but very hard.
ないな。
教えてよ。
そうか。
Why are you asking, Ray? Is there something you want?
行くわね。
I don't know. I think Ray kind of wants something. I mean, if you ever want to hook up, sure, why not? Let's go. But, you know, he's not there yet. You're right, who's at Roost? Yeah, we know what it is. Oh. Is there nobody here to talk to? No. Alright. I thought there would be, because it's like colored blue. Right, is there anybody here? Oh, hi.
あ、トワだ。平気？
ああ。
そうよ。
Oh, it's really nice that you might. Alright, so yap it up with him
トワ。
now. Casually decline. No.
ネガティブに。いや。
それじゃあね。
Bye bye. I wonder what he wanted though. Oh, that's very much like Toa. Be like, no. Just straight up no. He surprises me sometimes. Sometimes he's like, you know what, yeah, I'll do it. Like, what? Yeah, we know it's the medical office. Really? So wait, you're saying the fathers don't come there? Well, somebody here? Oh my god. Inada, hello. I'm calling you again. Mm-hmm. Once a day? It should definitely be more. Ooh. That's okay. Wow. They're really going in deep with this one. Maybe that's what they were chasing that boy for. Oh my god.
ダメ。
うわ
Definitely, yeah. Definitely. But it's a lawless place. Anything can happen. Not the did you know again. Oh my god, I'm just like, bro. Oh, that's because Ikuino was satiated. There we go. I mean, you could just look it up on your phone right now. What do you mean? Just look it up on your phone right now. Anyway, thank you for that information. Good to know that what the topic of today is. So guys, that's what we're dealing with in this chapter. EDF. Jeez. And here I thought it couldn't get worse. And here we are. Okay, but how's this gonna go? Because Toa isn't exactly, you know. I dragged my leg back to my apartment where I sank down onto the sofa. As I listened to the drone of the TV, I thought about Asakura. While I was curious about what I'd learned from Taku, it was still too early to tell how this was going to pan out. For sure, for sure. That night, when I arrived at Roost, I found Kotaro, Mayu, and Eiji sitting at a table. That's the wrong button.
と
Hey, Kotaro.
あれ足引きずってませんか怪我した
They all called out to me as I entered. I walked over and sat down in an empty chair at their table. Ray was working that night. Naturally, the worry wart flew straight over.
とは足の調子は
Bro, you're acting like I'm dying. Stop.
まあま
無理はしないでよ。注文どうする？
あ任せる
Oh, we got to surprise me.
わかったわ。
He nodded and headed off to the counter. Generally speaking, I was willing to drink anything as long as it was alcoholic. But the manager knew my preferences, so I usually just let him choose for me. I reached into my coat pocket, grabbed my smokes and my lighter, and set them on the table.
で、なんだよその足喧嘩か
What you think, bro? What you think?
襲われた
誰にどこで
ガキを追いかけ回す大人げない連中に
うわ災難でしたね巻き込まれちゃったんですね
AG had taken out his toolkit and was tinkering with the small black box on the table. Please don't say that's a bomb.
あ、これですか。プラスチック爆弾です。最新式の。
Oh dear god.
今ちょっと流行ってるやつなんで作ってみたんですけど、気に入らないところがあって調整しようかなと。
Bro. He smiled brightly as he continued his explanation.
バカ、やめろってさっきも言っただろ。爆発したらどうすんだよ。
True, that's what I'm saying, bro.
しないですよ。そんなヘマしません。何しろ爆弾愛好家ですから。
オタクだろ。
愛好家です。それにこの程度の爆弾なら全然大した威力じゃないですよ。
But it's still gonna hurt like a bitch.
どの程度なわけよ。
I'm guessing he means it won't kill you, but it may take off body parts.
多分テーブルとかカウンターが吹っ飛ぶくらいです。
よくわかんないけど十分やばいね。っていうか、まだまだ取りだめしてるアニメあるのに今死にたくないよ。
No, not the
お
backlog.
前もお前で理由がどうしようもねえな。これだからオタクはよ。
I mean, I'm sure you're also one for something. Kotaro folded his arms and scoffed. But Mayu paid him no mind. He kept dipping his lollipop into his booze and putting it in his mouth. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Not that I drink, but you know, dipping your lollipop into like some flavored juice or whatever.
これ
Oh,
マスター
I
のおご
completely
りだっ
missed
て
that. I'm sorry.
お見舞い代わりに。
Like sometimes I'm just like I read in my head, but then I don't read out loud and I just skip it and I'm like, oh well. I looked over at the counter. The manager nodded at me, smiling. I raised my glass in a toast to him.
にしてもよ、ドアは怪我しても楽だよな。なんだって病院で働いてんだから。
ああ、そうね。毎日見てもらえるね。
あれでもトワさん、確か鷹の口院に救急搬送されたんですよね。
Eiichi stopped tinkering and looked up at me in surprise. Considering he often boasted about his intel gathering skills, I didn't bother asking how he knew.
じゃあ逆にめんどくさいね。わざわざ違う病院に通うの。
そういえば鷹の口院って。
Eiichi paused, tilting his head in contemplation.
どうした？
たまにこの店に鷹の口院の先生が来てたなって思って。
そうなの？ よく知ってるな。
At this, he donned a smug smirk.
そりゃもう情報なら任せてください。ってトワさんも知ってたんですか？
ああ、朝倉だろ。
そうですそうです。ちょっとお堅い感じの。
へえ、そうなの。
Mayu seemed mildly intrigued. He pulled his lollipop out of his mouth.
だいたいカウンターの端っこに座ってますけど、ビシッとしたスーツ姿で来るから目立つんですよ。そんな格好の人、この店にはあんまり来ないじゃないですか。
You sure don't.
それで気になって調べてみたら鷹の口院の先生だって分かってびっくりしたんですよね。
医者がこんな店に来るってことはよ、なんか危ない趣味持ってんじゃねえの？
Oh, it definitely is nasty.
どうも前に働いていた病院で子供絡みの事件を起こしたみたいで。
何やらかした？
昔は朝倉先生って小児科医だったらしいんですけど、当時の患者だった男の子をみたいな。
ああ、そういう趣味か。
Does that mean? Or do they mean? Oh god.
結局証拠らしい証拠はなかったみたいですけどね。 噂に尾ひれがつきまくるってことよくあるじゃないですか。
Okay, but like, it said. I'm sorry, I'm just now noticing that painting in the back of this one right here. Dear God, what is that? But what I was saying is that, now I'm not trying to excuse, trying to excuse it, but like considering it is only just a rumor, but like the kid didn't come forward, or at least like, I don't know, his parent. Then it might not be, but again, this is slow damage, so it's probably true.
それで評判が悪くなっ
God.
て新興見へ引っ越してきたみたいですよ。
訳ありで外から新興見へ来る人なんて山のようにいるよ。
まあ実際子供たちは朝倉先生にすごく懐くらしいです。子供に好かれすぎてあらぬ誤解を招いたのか、それとも手なずけるのがうまいだけなのかは分かりませんけど。
It could be all of that, who knows? Frowning, Kotaro waved a dismissive hand.
ガキね。ガキなんざめんどくせえだけじゃねえか。すぐどっか行きやがるし、ビー
Oh
ビー
my
泣くしよ
god, I agree.
小太郎、昔から子供嫌いだよね。
Nah, I'm with Kotaro with this one. I really am.
俺だけじゃねえぞ。子持ちの嬢がいる店の連中もよくそういうこと言ってるぜ。まあや、お前はどうなんだよ。
What? I'm sorry, that was like the last thing I expected him to say. I thought he was gonna be like, oh, ask anybody who has dealt with kids before or something like that. I did not expect the milk.
俺は二次元にしか興味ないね。
With a dopey grin, Mayu wiggled his lollipop.
言ってろ、タク。で、その子供好きの先生様、こんな店に来て何してんだ？
さあ、来てもそわそわしてすぐ帰っちゃうんですよね。店に入っては見るけど、長居するほどの勇気はないってところなんじゃないですか？
I think part of it might be because he's afraid he might run into people who might recognize him. Maybe? That could be it. As they talked, I remembered hearing about a child brothel somewhere in the vicinity. I'm gonna have to bleep that out. Maybe Asakura kept coming to Roost by mistake.
この辺りになかったか、そういう店が。
ああ、あるある。俺も聞いたことあるよ。
とわさんはともかく、まゆさんまでよく知ってますね。
その手の友達がいるからたまに聞くんだよ。
Oh god, no, you have a friend like that, Mayu?
そこ
No.
割と本格的かつ慎重なお店らしくて、子供に万が一のことがあった時のために医者が待機してるらしいですよ。
んじゃ、こっちよりそっち行った方が確実じゃねえか。むしろ、その待機してる医者ってのが先生様だったりしてね。
It could be.
その可能性ある。
Mayu let out a high-pitched cackle, like it was the funniest thing he ever had heard. And so far, this was all in line with what Taku told me. No clue? Okay. Okay, but that seal is so cute. The animals are so cute. The checkered past of a doctor beloved by children. What would bring him to Roost? It was possible he only came here because he was too afraid to go to the place he was actually looking for.
エイジ、それ調べられないか？
It's not for what you think.
朝倉がその店に出入りしてるかどうか。
ああ、はい、いいですけど、気になるんですか？
ちょっとな。
なんだよ、とわ。お前が医者に興味持つなんて珍しいじゃねえか。
この店に来る医者。だからだよ。
まあ、どう考えても普通じゃないね。
He's so right about that though. Maybe if I kept digging, I'd find something interesting. As my curiosity grew, I grabbed my glass and downed my drink. I drank at Roost until they closed, then stumbled home to the clinic. Back in my apartment, I switched the TV on, then flopped down on the sofa with my coat still on. I pulled out my phone and checked my notifs. A few missed calls and 2 emails. Missed calls, and one of the emails were from Ikuina Takashi. I haven't had to say his last name in a while. No, first name. I'm sorry. No, wait. I don't know if they like switched it. It's like, yes, I know like it's last name then first name, but I don't know if like they switched it in the translation. God damn it. In his email, he wrote that as much as he'd love to be my art model again, he didn't want to be too dependent on me, so he was searching for like-minded people. Good for you. That was very hard to say considering what he's into. I mean, listen, I don't judge kinks, but that one, yeah. Every now and then, former models would try to get in touch with me after I granted their wishes. But I never painted the same person twice. Humans were greedy creatures. For some, no amount of satisfaction was ever truly enough. It was like sex or drugs, chasing the same highs over and over just to numb your brain. I had no interest in that. What I saw was the precise moment when a dark dream came true for the first time. I wasn't interested in painting the same person over and over. Once was enough. But Ikuina seemed to recognize that he couldn't become dependent on me, so I was optimistic that he would let go. Either way, I never responded to these follow-up messages. With a small sigh, I closed the email from Ikuina and opened the other one. Another short poem with nothing else written inside. This was now, what, the 4th time? It's different though. With each passing day, my twisted desires grow stronger and harder to suppress. Heavenly Father, I beseech you, grant my salvation to your lowly servant, and permit me to kiss your feet. I beg of you, send me an angel, your divine messenger. Once again, more blind religious zeal. Judging from the way they described themselves as a servant to their Heavenly Father, they were clearly pretty devout. Then the charity event came to mind. Someone who wanted salvation was better off praying at a church instead of the euphorias in box. I tossed my phone onto the coffee table and grabbed the blister pack of sleeping pills. I popped 2 in my mouth and then washed them down with a lukewarm swig from the 4 bottle, just like always. Then I slowly closed my eye. Oh, jeez. The Heavenly Father fucking gets me. Like, I know for a fact the person is not actually religious. Or maybe they do get into religion in here. I don't know. We'll find out, I suppose. Hello. The next morning, Taka shook me awake and drove me to the charity event. Today, he'd actually overslept for once, so when he came to get me, He was rougher than usual.
最近忙しいからな。
And that's my problem, how? Are you... like, okay. Okay. Okay that you're busy. Muttering under his breath, he drove at the maximum speed limit, and we arrived at the church 20 minutes later. Oh my god, church. Going to church? I'd burn if I step in there. How unholy I am. It was formerly known as the Shinko-umi Cathedral. Most called it the church. Yeah, as you do. It was located in an upscale neighborhood on the outskirts of District C. After we came to a stop in the parking lot, Taku got out and helped me out of the car. The ground was wet, and the air was humid. It must have rained at some point early in the morning. Across the river, we could see District B. Ironically, this was the only remaining connection between the upper and lower classes. The charity event was basically a flea market where the church took donated goods and sold them. There were food and drink stands, and even a gospel choir performance. All proceeds were donated to the local welfare facilities. A row of portable canopies had been set up out front, with tables full of wares beneath them. Crowds of adults and children alike swarmed around. Apparently, Murase Clinic had volunteered to help run the event. As Taku led me along, I spotted a man in a suit just ahead. It was Toono. Two of his goons trailed after him. I felt Taku stiffen up.
Yeah, これはこれは。
Hi. Toono's sharp eyes pierced each of us in turn. His lips were smiling, but the rest of him wasn't.
村瀬先生じゃないですか。それにトワも。怪我したのか?
What's it to you, old man? He spoke in an almost theatrical voice, as his gaze drifted down my leg.
まさかお前がチャリティーに参加するとはな。
At this, Toono let out a dry laugh.
するさ、もちろん。こういうイベントは大事だろう。お前こそ偽善が板についてるよ。
Oop. And with that passive-aggressive comment, Toono started walking like he had already stopped caring.
じゃあな。
Bye. Taku stared after Toono and his goons with a pained grimace on his face.
タクとは
At the sound of my name, I looked over my shoulder and saw Ray striding toward us.
おう。
A relieved smile rose up on Taku's face.
こんなところにいたのね。探しちゃったわ。さあ、行きましょう。ああ、トワはゆっくりでいいからね。
The two of them started walking, and I hobbled along after them. I'm sorry, I'm just like imagining like the two of them walking and Toa just dragging his leg along. We progressed through the rows of identical tables until we finally came to a stop partway in.
ここが今日うちで担当するスペースね。
The table was lined with small appliances, daily necessities, and 3 folding chairs.
トワ、座れる?
ああ。
I walked up to the chair and slowly lowered myself onto it. Then Taku and Ray got everything set up, and our peaceful day at the charity event began. Sorry, I got a little tripped up there. I was like, oh, do I have to read that too? But not really. They're just saying like the kanji was probably read as like boring and not actually peaceful. Visitors of all ages passed by, from groups of older ladies to families with kids to young women browsing alone. I actually sold a fair amount of stuff, and our stock was slowly dwindling. I was so bored, I started craving nicotine. But when I took out my cigarettes, Taku scowled at me.
ここではダメだ。喫煙スペースがあるだろう。
Reluctantly, I started to rise from my chair. Just then, a strong impact knocked me off balance, and my body pitched sideways.
危ない。
Taku and Ray both reached out to me, but it was someone else who caught me.
Oh.
The two of them stared in shock at me, or more accurately, the person directly behind me. I followed their gazes to find Asakura standing there, his face inches from mine. Well, hey! Pleasure to see you. Thanks for catching me. Can you believe it? I'm falling for you. Oh, God. Oh, oh. I'm terrible at making jokes. Oh, jeez. He looked at me sharply, then crouched down. A young boy was clinging to his legs, staring awkwardly at the ground. Evidently, he was the one who bumped into me.
あの子。
Ray murmured under his breath.
隼人君、ちゃんと周りを見て歩かないとダメだよ。隼人君がぶつかっちゃったから、この怪我をしているお兄さんが転びそうになったんだ。
うん。
お兄さんにちゃんと謝ろうか。
Asakura gently chided the boy until he timidly looked up at me. That was when I saw the dark purple bruise on his face. No chance he got that from when the collision with me.
ごめんなさい。
He bowed his head in apology. With a soft smile, Asakura stroked his hair. Hayato looked up at him and gleefully leapt into his arms.
Asakura sensei.
I don't know about that one. Taku greeted the man stiffly. Asakura's eyes widened slightly. A moment later, he furrowed his brow.
村瀬。
Hayato seemed to sense the tension because he hid behind Asakura in fear.
お久しぶりです。今は鷹の口医院にいらしてるそうですね。
村瀬クリニックか。もしかしたらそうじゃないかとは思っていたが、本当に君だったんだな。
ねえ。ところで、朝倉先生は
Don't ask. No, don't ask here. Taku paused to glance down at Hayato, hiding in Asakura's shadow.
なんだ
Asakura spoke in a defensive tone. Taku shook his head.
ええ、何も。
I was about to say, don't start this here. Not here. Asakura glared at Taku, and looked at me next to him.
君は村瀬君の知り合いだったのか。
Well, now you do. What you gonna do about it?
クリニックのスタッフだよ。
スタッフ働いてるのか。それなら今後は村瀬君に見てもらった方がいい。
No.
では失礼する。
He sneered coldly, then put a protective arm around Hayato's shoulders and walked off. Ahead of them, a woman came running in their direction. Was she Hayato's mother? Even at a distance, I could tell she was young and wearing flashy clothes. Silently, Taku watched Asakura with a hard look on his face.
ねえ、あの子。この間、私が追いかけた子じゃない？
Ray whispered to me, his eyes fixed on Hayato.
あの時は暗かったから顔がよく見えなかったんだけど、似てる気がするわ。
そうかもな。
I hadn't cared enough to pay attention, but he sure acted like the same kid.
それに、あの顔のあざ。 転んでどこかにぶつけたのかしら。
Ray seemed to suspect that something else had caused it.
虐待の可能性か。
可能性の一つとしてね。
I didn't have a response, so I shrugged vaguely. Baku's expression was still stiff, and he looked like he was thinking hard.
朝倉とは親しかったのか？
At my question, he looked up. He had mentioned that Asakura was his senpai at college, but it seemed like there was more to the story. Frowning awkwardly, he rubbed the back of his hand.
親しいというわけじゃないが、大学も研修先も同じだったんだ。
でもなんだかあんまり仲がいいって感じではなかったわね。
あの人の子供好きは少なくとも大学時代から続いてるんだ。だが、まあ。
Damn, dating all the way back to college? Brother. He spoke vaguely, like he didn't want to get into it. I thought back to the conversation I'd had with Kotaro and the gang. A place where they kept a doctor on hand for emergencies. Personally, I never gave a shit about kids, but at the same time, the thought of a place where kids were used as toys made me viscerally uncomfortable. I didn't understand why I felt so intensely about it. But I could feel a weight on my chest, suffocating me. Was Asakura really a PDF? No, he couldn't be. Somehow, it didn't feel like the right answer. I didn't have any proof. It was just my gut instinct. Take my mind off things, I looked up at the steeple piercing the clear blue sky. But are you sure, Toa? I mean, we usually do say trust your gut instinct. So. By the time the charity event ended, the sun had started to set. Haku and Rei had gone home while I chose to stay behind. Reason being, I wanted to check out the inside of the cathedral. Ugh. One day English will not be hard for me. I had never cared much about church before. Perhaps it was a whim inspired by those religious poems. As volunteers milled about, cleaning up after the event, I walked up to the doors and stopped short. Next to the door was a bulletin board covered in flyers and Bible verses. Not the church music, well, in this case, organ music, but organs are usually associated with church, so, you know. At least to me, anyway. Peeked inside and saw a large crucifix hanging on the far wall directly opposite the doors. A handful of people were sitting in the perfectly symmetrical pews. Honestly, it's been so long since I've been in a church. It felt especially dark in there, possibly because the sun hadn't completely set outside. Oh my god, wait a minute. A gust of warm air brushed my cheek, and I hesitated to enter. Most people felt at peace in these quiet places, but I couldn't stand them. My rational side didn't see what difference it would make to pray here versus anywhere else, which true.
中に入らないんですか?
Oh my god, we're getting nuns too? A voice called out from behind me. I turned to find a nun standing there wearing a habit and a smile. I hope I said that right. If not, please correct me.
初めていらしたのかしら?
まあ。
遠慮せずどうぞ.
At her insistence, I walked in. Over time, my eye adapted to the dark interior, and I started to notice little details. Not everyone seated in the pews was praying. Some were just staring into space. There was even a homeless guy conked out. Yeah.
こんな時代だからか、祈りを捧げに来られる方は意外と多いんですよ。
The nun walked up beside me.
それから懺悔をしたいという方もいらっしゃいます。皆さん救いを求めて許されたいと思っているのでしょうね。
Half listening, I looked at the painting on the wall. The painting depicted dozens of angels flying through the sky. Angels. One flashed through my mind.
あの絵、気になります？
The voice snapped me back to reality. Beside me, the nun gazed up at the painting with an amiable smile.
とっても綺麗な絵ですよね。天使たちも可愛らしく描かれていて。
ああ、
有名な作品というわけではないんですけど、気に入られる方が多いんです。最近も毎日のようにこの絵を見るために足を運ばれる方がいらっしゃって。
Tell me, who is it?
毎日。
はい。聖堂を閉める時間の午後5時前に駆け込んでいらして、5分でいいから見たいとおっしゃられて。この絵を見ると心が安らぐんだそうです。
Oh, sorry about that. Frankly, the painting didn't seem all that special to me, but different strokes for different folks. I got the sense that this nun was going to hover over me the entire time, so I inclined my head and hurried out. Outside, the sun had set, and the sky had darkened to navy blue. The heat that had enveloped my body swiftly evaporated in the night air, and my breaths turned white. Compared to the gentle warmth, the biting cold put me at ease. And so, as I thought back to the soothing painting, I slowly headed home to the clinic. The next day, in exchange for having participated in the charity event on Sunday, Taco decided to close the clinic on Monday as a replacement day off. I woke up in the afternoon, then dragged my sprained ankle to Takanokuchi medical office for my appointment. After I checked in, I went and sat down in a vacant chair. Once again, the waiting room was full of mothers and children. Business was booming. After about an hour, my name was called, and I headed to the exam room. As soon as I entered, Asakura glared daggers at me.
村瀬に見てもらえばいいだろう。
But I want you, babe. As I sat down on the chair, I smiled faintly.
あっちだと身内だからか。いろいろうるさくて。来ちゃまずかったか？
Why is he looking at him like that? This is an exam room. Not exactly the ideal place to, boink. He snorted at my pointed question.
患者として来た以上、拒否はしない。
なら、患者として聞きたいことがある。
なんだ？
先生を信頼するためにも、いろいろと教えてほしいんだよ。いろいろとな。
Why did he say it like that? He frowned at the implication of my statement. I would too. Like, bro.
君は一体何が目的なんだ？
More like, what is his angle?
先生のことが知りたいだけだよ。
それなら帰ってくれ。
鷹の口委員の先生がルーストに通ってるって噂が広まってもいいのか？
Instantly, his face twisted in fury.
君は。
さてと、何から話そうか、先生。
Oh, we're starting already?
君に話すことなどない。
Okay, we're starting already then. I thought we'd get more. Okay, so we want him to go crazy.
なあ。
Okay. So Euphoria is not our target.
それで。
Okay. He's really on guard. Maybe this?
聞かせてくれ。
No. No, don't close. Fudge. Press him. Dang it. Why is it so hard getting madness? It was so easy before. Is it bad, like hard now? Okay. I'm just hoping this one doesn't increase it. No, wait, I think we're good. Yeah, I think it's over the line. I think we're good. I don't want to risk that. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. One. System's guarded. Revoke or probe? Which one would raise madness? Vacation or probe? Maybe provocation?
ネガティブ。それだけか。
何が言いたい？
Dang it! It filled up. I mean, we're still over the line, which is good. We'll see what this one goes. I swear if I fail this one, I'm gonna cry so bad. You know what? Maybe it might be best if I don't.
次は。
Okay, I can't risk it.
それが聞きたいことなのか？
No. Provocation got me nowhere. Oh man, why am I feeling so bad?
ポジティブ。なら。
個人的な理由だ。
Oh, losing.
それから。
ないな。
No. No!
ネガティブに。なら。
There we go. There we go. I don't want to risk it, man.
欲望の答えは
What other topic might interest him? Oh no. Oh, well, this one's hard because I don't know what other topic interests him. Would Roost work? Because he said his true desire, and then what other topic might interest him. Oh, I really don't want to fail. I don't know. Because I feel like... Or would it be the rumors? Yeah, am I allowed to like save and then come back if I get it wrong? I mean, it is my playthrough, but... I try not to like... save and then go back if I make a mistake. I mean, I do that like when I'm not like streaming or recording a game, but... Because then again, it's also like if we do fail, they did say like it'll be over. And then we'd have to like get back to this point. Anyway, so I'll save it just for that and then we'll just go ahead and make our choice. Okay, so would it be the rumors or the past incidents? I'll go with the rumors, I guess. Oh, jeez, I don't know.
過ぎた子供好きの噂。過ぎた子供好きの噂を聞いた。
It's not it. Oh no.
くだらない噂話に興味はない。
Would it be the past incidents? No, it closed.
求めているものは
What he really wants? I swear, if I mess up again, I'm gonna just start over. What he really wants. Oh god. We're literally just hurting them already, failing so hard. Roost? No.
Roost.
No, that's not it either.
ルーストにはまた行くのか。
その話はもういいだろ
う。Well, we failed. Probably enough. What do you mean? It's not enough. We lost interest and decided to cut things short. Yeah, so like I said, we'll have to come back anyway, and I didn't want to like have to go through all the dialogue again, so
さてと、何から話そうか、先生。
Oh, it just starts me over?
君に話すことなどない。
Okay. Good to know. But I will just start from my save. So I mean, it's technically not cheating.
な
Maybe Hayato? I mean, at this point, I might as well just end up trying all of them. Something may stick.
あ、隼人。
It's not it either.
隼人のことをどう思ってる？
君には関係ない。
Okay, maybe it's college? Yes, 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 I know. No. Oh, we found it.
同じ大学。
Oh, that makes my neck hurt.
あん
Okay.
た、タクと同じ大学だったんだろ？
だったら何だと言うんだ？
仲が悪そうに見えるけど、何かあったのか？
別に仲が悪いわけではない。ただ、
Buster until he starts talking. Okay. Alright, guys. We
ま
got
だ聞き
this.
たいことがある。
もういいだろう。
We have to break him more?
聞かせてくれ。
Okay. It's still
それは
madness. Ooh, we need to get higher. Relax. No.
ネガティブ。
I swear, if this was the wrong
へ
thing.
え。
There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're opening it.
失礼だな。
What do you mean? um. Mm. Surely pressing him would do it, right?
ネガティブに。ふーん。
Dang it.
あ
I'll risk it for the biscuit. Oh no, no. Surely. Maybe, possibly, hopefully. Okay, okay. We're doing good, we're doing good.
それで
But that's the point. That's what we want, right? Agree? What does that mean?
ポジティブに。
Sure, whatever.
そうだな。
ああ。
Oh, dang it. Might as well. Might as well. Because
なるほどな。
we're regressing. Yes.
求めているものは
Would it be Hayato this time? I mean, I'll do it again, because again, like I said, it's literally just gonna send me back, so I might as well. Okay. Whoops, I did not mean that. Whoops.
ハヤト
It's not it.
君には
I
関係
mean,
の
I
ない
kind
こ
of
とだ。
figured. But hey, you gotta try it. Oop.
傷を
Maybe the past incidents? Yes, we got it. We got it. Yeah. That never fails to make me uncomfortable.
過去にいろいろあったって聞いたんだけど、そのせいで新興海に来たんだって。
Like, it sounds so gruesome.
誰から聞いた？
情報通ってのはどこにでもいるもんだ。
君には関係ない。
I think it's plenty my business.
もういいか。
いい加減にしてくれないか。
待った。まだだ。もう少しだけ。医者としての腕はいいってタクから聞いた。なのに、なんでこの町に来たんだ？
その話を蒸し返すのか。
Yes, we're not gonna gloss over it.
気になるからな。
A hint of hesitation crept up on Asakura's hard expression, and he lowered his gaze to the floor.
村瀬も新興味にいるとは思わなかった。
His lips twisted in a sardonic smirk.
大学時代からしてまともな医者になれるとは思ってなかった。
どういう意味だ？
知らないのか。
He quirked a brow in contempt.
あいつは成績が悪いわけではなかったが、そこがとんでもなく悪かったんだ。不愛想で、人に対する態度も乱暴でな。誰も友人になろうなんて思わなかったし、近づきもしなかった。
Ooh, we're learning stuff about Taku finally.
酒とタバコは当たり前で、手術室に持ち込もうとすることすらあった。薬物をやっているなんて噂もあったな。
Those are some crazy allegations.
それがまさか開業しているなんて驚いたよ。
I had never heard the details of Taku's past before.
今は患者からそれなりに人気もあるみたいだけど。
Asakura scoffed.
君が村瀬からどんな話を吹き込まれたのかは知らないが、私の知る限りではそんな人間にとやかく言われる筋合いはない。君も同じだ。詮索が目的なら帰ってくれ。
I'm not. I'm just here to flirt. Weirdly. He glared at me as he spoke. Asakura was only doubling down harder and harder. So I decided not to waste any more of my time and slowly rose to my feet. He turned his head as if to avoid looking at me for a moment longer.
あんたは同志を求めてあの店に行くんだろ？あそこはどんな人間でも受け入れる場所だ。ただし、自分を隠さずにさらけ出したやつをだけど。
I looked at his face, frozen in profile like a statue. else caught my attention. I could see what looked like silver rods peeking out from the side of his desk. At first, I thought maybe they were some sort of medical tool. I had never seen anything like them at our clinic. Then my interest faded, and I left the exam room. Sorry. I was gonna say it, but then I was like, maybe I shouldn't. There's some things I should just not say. On my way home from Takanokuchi Medical Office, I walked past the parking lot sight of a familiar figure. It was Taku, crouching down in the sandbox. What was he doing? Then I saw a little boy next to him. Was that Hayato? Taku must have sensed my gaze because he looked over his shoulder at me, then bolted upright and started walking.
トアじゃないか。どうしたんだ？
I could ask you the same thing.
そっちこそなんで公園にいるんだよ。
Right? What are you doing here?
池山さんに誘われて昼食をごちそうになった帰りだ。公園を通ったらあの子が一人で遊んでたから気になってな。
As we talked, Taku looked back at Hayato in the sandbox.
あの子、昨日のチャリティーイベントでお前にぶつかってきた子だろ。隼人君と言うんだが、どうにも寂しそうに見えてな。どうも家庭環境が良くないようだ。母親がほとんど家にいなくて、いつも一人だと言っていた。だからよく鷹の口委員にも遊びに行くみたいだな。朝倉先生もそのことを分かってるんだろう。学校にもあまり行ってないらしい。
Taku's expression hardened.
昨日チャリティーイベントで見た時から気になってたんだが、あの子顔にあざがあるんだ。生まれつきのものじゃない。
Oh,
腕
no,
や
no.
足にもあったからそのことを聞いたら黙り込んじまってな。理由は答えてくれなかった。
He let out a conflicted sigh.
もしかしたら体のあざは朝倉先生がなんて考えちまったんだが、そうじゃなかった。おそらく肉親による虐待だろう。
If his first reaction to the bruises was to suspect Asakura's involvement, then his opinion of the guy had to be pretty bad. And Asakura didn't have anything nice to say about Taku either. Setting aside the truth of the matter, it was clear that they disliked each other. Just then, the little boy, Hayato, jumped to his feet and came running over, dusting his hands off.
おじさん、僕もう行くね。
I'm sorry, is it just me or did the boy sound like a girl? Like, I know. Female voice actors usually typically voice like both boys and girls. It just caught me off guard. It's like, whoa.
ああ、またな。
Waving his little hand energetically, the boy dashed out of the park. Taku watched him go with a pained smile on his face.
子供の頃からずっと一人っていうのは寂しいよな。
I mean, when you live in Shinkoumi, bound to happen.
あのくらいの年齢ならどんなにひどいことをされても親が世界の全てだし、愛されたくてたまらないだろうに。そう思ったら放っておけなくなってな。親代わりは無理でも少しでも何かできないかと思ったんだ。
His voice was full of emotion. Then he looked at me.
そういえば鷹の口委員へ行ったんだろ。朝倉先生に見てもらったのか。
ああ、
どうだった？
大学の時の話を聞いた。
Instantly, Taku furrowed his brow.
それは俺の話も聞いたのか？
That you were absolute scum of the earth? Hell yeah.
ああ、
The crease in his brow deepened, and he looked down at his feet.
そこまで深刻にならなくてもいいだろう。この町に腰を落ち着けるのは訳ありの人間だって自分で言ってたよな。 お前も例外じゃなかった。それだけだ。
それはそうなんだな。
Missing, he let out a heavy, exasperated sigh.
まあいい。俺はクリニックへ戻るが、お前は？
寄るところがある。
We have a
わかっ
detour?
た。あまりフラフラするなよ。
Huh? Where are we going? With that warning, he turned away. Truth be told, I was planning to go straight home, but instead my legs carried me in a different direction. Maybe I would grab a drink first. Okay. As the sun began to set, I started walking in the direction of the cathedral. For some reason, the angel painting kept nagging at me in the back of my mind. Plus, I was curious why anyone would go out of their way to keep coming back to it. The nun said someone would always run in right before they closed. In other words, right around now. I looked up at the park clock. The little hand was pointing to 4. The cathedral was scheduled to close at 5 p.m. Maybe I could witness it for myself. When I arrived at the church, I was craving a cigarette, so I paused outside to have a smoke. Right as I crushed my cigarette butt on the sidewalk, a silver car pulled up in front of me. The driver door opened, and a man stepped out. I froze. It was Asakura. But he didn't notice me. Instead, he headed straight into the church. I watched him for a moment, then followed. Inside, Asakura was standing in front of the angel painting. As far as I could tell, no one else was around. He craned his neck up at the painting and mumbled to himself under his breath.
哀れな下僕をお救いください。雨の見つかいの美しさに言葉を失うばかりです。
Just then, the email poem sprang to mind. As if to signal the end of his prayer, Asakura let out a long breath and gazed up at the painting in silence. As I observed him, a nun came out from the back and quietly approached him. I could hear the clinking of something metallic, probably keys.
今日もいらっしゃったんですね。
She spoke softly, but nevertheless, he flinched and whirled around.
いつも閉める間際にすみません。
His behavior was nothing like the way he acted around me. Here, he actually sounded humble.
いえ、この絵を気に入ってくださっているのは私たちも嬉しいので。
そうですね。この絵は本当に素晴らしい。私の中で欠けている何かが満たされていくようです。
以前にもそうおっしゃられていましたね。ずっと解決できない悩みがあるって。
I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that.
なんとかしようと自分でも思ってはいるんですが、なかなか難しくて。
大丈夫ですよ。神様は必ず見ていてくださいますから。
Ah.
そうですね。
Asakura nodded vaguely, then looked back at the painting. Now I understood. The person the nun told me about was in fact Asakura. Since there was no reason for me to stick around, I turned on my heel and left the church. The sun had set, and it was pitch dark outside. As I headed home to the clinic, I thought back over what I had just witnessed. The comments Asakura made while looking at the painting. They sounded an awful lot like the religious poems I kept receiving. Still, I wasn't completely sure Asakura was the person behind them. Apparently, he was struggling with something. Tako's remarks rose to the forefront of my mind. Specifically, the rumors about Asakura's fondness for, yeah. If he was the one who wrote those poems. As I limped down the street, I felt a fleeting rush of anticipation. Dear. Oh dear. 2 nights later, it was the night of the Christmas party at Roost. I didn't feel like going. Instead, I was lying on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. But then Ray told me they were offering free drinks, so I crushed my cig in the ashtray and rose to my feet. Honestly, like literally somebody telling me, we're offering free food. Okay, I'm coming. Alright, more exploration. Okay, we have a new place. The alley. Oh, we can't visit her. Oh. Right, we'll go here. Yes, yes, yes. We know, we know.
Ah, Toa da.
Hi. What you up to, Mike?
No.
Remember, he's got good eyesight. Right? I want his good eyes. That way I don't have to wear glasses anymore. Why not do a joke? Shooting guys. He's, oh my god. You know what? Fair enough. Alright, bye Mayu. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being like good friends with him. Mayu. And no, not because he's an anime otaku. Just seems like he'd be fun a little bit. Oh god. Not again. Ray again. What's up, Inada? Oh? I don't even know who the Assault Party is. I mean, no surprise. Oh? I guess to see people's reactions to it? Hmm. So, you know you could have just avoided a taxi bus, Motorcycle or car? Sir? English? Who knows, Inada? Who knows? You're right, now that you're done yapping. I'll see you later. I have none? Okay. I have none? Okay. Yes, 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 yes. We know about Wall Street. Oh god. Taku? What are you doing here?
Oh.
Oh, okay. I mean, holidays is always a time where people are more likely to get sick. Because, you know, sometimes some people work harder so they can, like, get more money and afford presents and stuff like that. Or, like, afford to get, like, plane tickets to go see family. You know, stuff like that. Anyways, what's up, Taku? Oops. Oh well. No. No, we gotta keep it real, bro. Keep it real.
お前はな。
I mean, you know what? Fair enough, Taku.
いい
Fair
んじゃ
enough.
ないか。
なるほど。
確か。
Yeah. That doesn't mean I wanna go.
それじゃあな。
Not me completely forgetting he's going for the free booze. Nothing here, right? Okay, I think the last place is the alley before we go to Roots. Okay, so this is an Aburo neighborhood alleyway branching off from Kolo Street. Unlike the bright and bustling main street, alleys are dark and shadowy. The rotten sewer smell is inescapable, and you see a lot of animals digging through the trash. Rats, crows, stray cats. As for the human population, you'll find shivering homeless kids, drooling tweakers, and black market dealers. This sight of hapless children brawling and bleeding has become a daily occurrence. In winter, you'll find frozen corpses lying around. Nobody cares. There's no trace of glamour here, but make no mistake, this is Shinkoumi. Oh, it's you. That sounded so dead. Alright, let's yap it up, kiddo.
お兄ちゃん
Yeah. You cry with her? No.
ポジティブに。
So I want to see what he says. What do you
そうだ
say?
な。
Yeah. Yeah.
いいんじゃないか。
Yeah.
本当に？
そうか。
You know what? Fair enough. Yeah. Sure.
ありがとう。
All right, to Roost we go. So I'm pretty sure we're done everywhere. Well, more like some places he just has no business there, so. Have time to go. Alright, I guess we got everything. So we got this one, and this one too. The buildings were lit up with strings of Christmas lights, and cheerful music played over the loudspeakers. Couples walked shoulder to shoulder. Happy families hurried home, holding hands with their little ones. The city was the very picture of joy itself, but I ignored it and walked straight into Roost. Oh my god, look at the Christmas tree.
Happy Christmas!
Oh, a new person.
クリスマスおめでとう
The bar was normally pretty quiet, but today, everyone was in a loud, festive mood. The place was decorated with crosses, angels, and lifelike Santa dolls illuminated by flashing lights in every color. The manager and bar staff were all wearing costumes, and the customers were all chatting merrily. Normally, the patrons would stick to their own separate tables, but on Halloween and Christmas, everyone came together for the party. This all started a few years back at the request of some customers. The first party had been a hit, so they had kept throwing them every year since.
あとは来たよかった
He looks stupid. Ray came rushing over to me, wearing a reindeer antler headband.
とはクリスマスおめでとうおめでとう
Are they supposed to be dressed up, or no?
楽しんでる
Heyo. After Ray came his friends, Onami, Junko, and Arata.
とは仮装してないじゃない密かに楽しみにしてたのに
Nah, it's not his style. Junko and Honami took one look at my street clothes and pouted.
足を怪我してるしね
At Ray's explanation, the two of them whipped their heads up to look at each other.
そうだったごめんねとは来てくれただけでも嬉しいわ
無理はしないでね
They hastily tried to smooth things over, and Ray rolled his eyes.
どうせ気にしてないわよトワは
あ
それじゃトワをカウンターへ連れて行って座らせるわ
Bro, I'm not in the lid.
はーい頑張って飾り付けしたから店内もゆっくり見ていってね
楽しんでねとは
This is not the last time we see them. I really hope not. They seem like fun people. The bar was more crowded than usual. Sorry, the lid of my hoodie moved me. I'm like, there's a hand on me. The bar was more crowded than usual, which made it hard to walk with a limp. With Ray's help, I made it to the counter and sat down.
トワ君メリークリスマス
You know what? I like what the manager's got going on. The manager called out to me from behind the counter. Like his staff, he was wearing a costume. Normally, he had a laid-back, detached vibe, but somehow he looked right at home in a flashy Santa hat and beard.
足は大丈夫なの
あ
注文は
お待
Surprise me. I took my smokes and lighter out of my coat pocket. After I lit up, he handed me my drink. Whiskey on the rocks. I grabbed it and briefly glanced around the bar. Most of the party guests were regulars, several of whom were wearing costumes so elaborate I had to wonder if there was some kind of performance scheduled later.
やっぱりなんだかんだでみんな騒ぐの好きなのね。
As I scanned the room, Ray walked back over to the counter.
ま、私もだけど。たまには世間の流れに乗っかってみるのも悪くないわよね。普段は外れっぱなしなんだし。
He loaded his tray with the manager's handcrafted cocktails and walked off again. I set my cigarette against the rim of the ashtray and took a sip of whiskey. Just then, I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. A man in a suit had risen to his feet, holding a drink. It was Asakura. I was about to say Arasaka. This is not cyberpunk. Once again, he was sitting over at the very end of the counter. Yes? Suddenly sitting next to me. But then he came and sat next to me, perfectly poker-faced. Despite this, he stared down at his hands without once glancing in my direction. As always, his overly formal attire clashed with the vibe of the bar. Then again, everybody else was in costume tonight. Without saying a word, I shot him a sidelong glance as I sipped my drink. Nothing felt better than the sting of alcohol burning my throat. His smoke was English. His smoke was swaying slowly, but showed no signs of becoming unstable. Yes. Unable to withstand my unrelenting gaze, he started to speak. His voice was so hoarse it threatened to fade into the din of the party if I wasn't paying attention. And when I leaned in to listen, he flinched and pulled away. Then, after a moment, he realized what I was doing and straightened up again.
君もこの店に来るということは、何かそういう特殊な趣味を持っているのか?
Oh, he sure does. He doesn't know. That's so cute. I rolled my sleeve up and thrust my scarred arm at him.
どう思う?
I stared defiantly into his eyes. He had only seen part of my leg during the examination, so this was his first time seeing my scars. His eyes widened as he looked at my arm. Then he averted his gaze, let out a sigh, and looked back at his drink.
自分を隠さずにさらけ出せば、この店はどんな人間でも受け入れる。
ああ。
His fingers tightened around his glass.
私は天使を待ち望んでいるんだ。
天使？
ああ、私だけの天使をずっと。
Man, I don't know what to think. The angel painting flashed through my mind.
子供でも作るとか?
いや、そういうことじゃない。自分の子供が欲しいという意味ではなくて、これは欲求なんだ。
Huh? I don't want to father a child, it's merely a desire. So, Does he just want to be like a fatherly figure?
私だけの天使が欲しいという欲望だ。
Oh? He started chugging his drink like he was washing something down, and he let out a heavy breath. Maybe the rumors were right about him being a PDF. I had figured he probably wasn't, but maybe I was wrong. Or is it like I'm really hoping he's not, but like, I'm thinking maybe it might be seen as it, but it's more like he wants to be, like I said, a father figure to somebody. Or maybe it's kind of like, you know how like some people, they go into like a headspace where they act like a different age, and maybe he wants to be like a caretaker or something like that to a person like that? Maybe? Listen, I'm just trying to come up with ways that isn't that, you know. Oh, this is so bad. Y'all really can't see how much I'm dying on the inside. I plucked my cigarette from the ashtray and took a long drag. Meanwhile, Asakura nervously gripped his empty glass.
この欲求をどう晴らせばいいのかわからない。医者という立場でありながら。
でもあんた、囲ってる子供がいるんだろ。
I turned my face away to exhale the smoke. He whipped his head around to look at me, his expression laced with panic. His smoke writhed as its color flashed and dimmed.
いきなり何を言うんだ。そんなわけないだろ。
にしては動揺してるな。
急にそんなことを言われたら。
嘘がつけないタイプだろ、あんた。
I looked straight into his widened eyes and spoke quietly.
わかりやすいよ。
He gritted his teeth and looked back at me.
頼む。誰にも言わないでくれ。必要なら金を払う。だから。
金はいらない。もちろん誰にも言わない。
そうか。
代わりに聞きたいことがある。あんたはここで何を待ってる？
ん？
Yeah, what are you waiting for, now that I think about it? He furrowed his brow in confusion.
店に来ても、あんたはいつも一人で座ってる。誰かから声がかかるのを待ってるのか？すでに誰かに助けを求めていて、その相手を待ってるのか？
He pursed his lips together. Holy. Before we could have a more in-depth conversation, the door burst open. The chatting patrons all went quiet, and everyone turned in the direction of the sound. In walked Kotaro, like a performer arriving on stage to greet his silent audience. Okay. Mayu and Eiji walked in after him. Though the three of them were the Takasato goons, they were regulars here, so they were on familiar terms with most of the customers. Once everyone saw who had arrived, they went back to their conversations. Meanwhile, the trio spotted me and came over to the counter. They offered me free booze. Yo.
店長、会計を。
And dang it, we were so close to. Scared off by the three strangers, Asakura bolted to his feet. Then he paid for his drink, grabbed his leather briefcase, and hurried out.
なんだあのサラリーマンは。
あの人が前に話した鷹の口院の先生ですよ。
ああ、あの子供好きの
Mayu pulled his lollipop out of his mouth and cackled. I'm gonna have to censor this word so many times.
店長、ジントニック。
I'm gonna have to watch this video back. Oh.
俺、モスコ。僕はラムコークで。
They all leaned against the counter to order their drinks.
なあ、めんどくせえ。一杯飲んだらすぐ行くぞ。
はいはい。
荒れてるな。
I donned a teasing smirk as Kotaro impatiently tapped the counter.
なあ、トラブル発生中だからな。
小太郎さんが担当してる店の女が店の売上金を持って逃げちゃったんですよ。しかも子供がいたのに置き去りにして。
Don't tell me it's Hayato's mom.
探し回ってるんだけど、どこに隠れてるんだろうね。
女は借金があるわけじゃないんでウェブタグをつけてないんですよ。だからすぐに居場所がわからないんですよね。
Maybe that's why she hugged him. Well, crying? She was crying, right? Oh gosh.
ま、今回ので強制的につけることになるでしょうけど。
She was definitely like, I'm sorry, I have to leave you behind while I go back to the mainland for a better life.
あのアマ、見つけたらただじゃおかねえぞ。
すぐ見つかりますよ。目撃情報が入ってきてますから。彼女の子供もこっちで把握してますし。隼人くんでした。
Yeah, there we go. I looked at Eiji.
隼人。
はい。売上金を持ち逃げした女の子供の名前です。トワさん知ってるんですか？
Yeah. He's the reason I got a fucked up ankle. Almost fell. Again?
同じ名前のやつは知ってる。
なるほど。そんなに珍しい名前ってわけでもないですしね。
Eiji nodded in understanding. But I was still thinking about Hayato. At the charity event, I caught a brief glimpse of a woman who might have been his mother. Was she now on the run from Kotaro? I kind of feel like I read that but didn't read that. You know what I mean? Kotaro grabbed his glass and downed it in a single swallow.
すごい飲みっぷり。やばいね。
せめてもうちょっと味わって飲みましょうよ。もったいない。
うるせえ。よし行くぞ。
Kotaro slammed his glass down on the counter and headed for the door.
店長、次払うのでつけといてください。
With an apologetic bow, Eiji hurried after Mayu and Kotaro. I watched them go, then took one last drag of my cigarette and crushed it in the ashtray. Dang it, we were so close with Asakura, but they had to come and ruin it! After Roost closed, I hopped on the back of Ray's motorcycle and rode it to the clinic. Damn, we zoom in! As we headed to the entrance, I pulled my phone from my coat pocket. It was an email from Eiji. He was reporting back on his findings regarding whether Asakura had visited that child's place. The conclusion? Yes, there were even eyewitnesses. It sounded like damning evidence. And then we stepped inside the clinic. And there we found Taku sitting in the empty waiting room, drinking a can of coffee.
おかえり。どうだったパーティーは？
大盛況よ。みんなベロベロに酔っちゃってなかなか帰らないから、 追い出すのが大変だったわ。
Usually what happens.
朝倉が来てた。
At this, Taku's expression stiffened.
朝倉先生が一人で飲んでたのか？
ああ、やっぱりあの子供の面倒を見てるみたいだな。
隼人君か？
隼人君ってチャリティーイベントで朝倉先生が連れてた子よね。面倒。
母親がほとんど面倒を見ないらしくてな。朝倉先生のところへよく遊びに行ってるらしい。
そうなんだ。
Ray frowned sadly.
隼人君の面倒を見てるってのは朝倉先生から聞いたのか？
ああ、向こうから話しかけてきた。
そうか。他には何か話したのか？
Don't say anything.
特殊な趣味を持ってるのかって聞かれた。
特殊な趣味？何それ？
Frowning, Taku murmured in contemplation.
朝倉は昔、あまりにも子供を可愛がりすぎるってことで変な噂が立ったんだよな。どう思う？
Yeah, what do you think? I fixed Taku with a probing look.
変な噂って、それじゃもしかして隼人君は。
We don't know. Ray shot Taku a worried look. Taku remained silent for a moment, then finally resigned himself to speak.
まだそうだと決めつけるのは早い。朝倉先生は何かものすごく追い詰められてるのかもな。
No, really, Taku?
どうして？
チャリティーイベントの時もそうだったが、こっちに対する態度がかなり辛辣だっただろう。
そうね、確かに。
朝倉先生はルーストへ自ら行くような人間じゃない。なのに店でトアに話しかけて、しかも特殊な趣味だなんだと聞くのは、何かあると思わない方がおかしいだろう。
気になるのか？
True, actually.
そりゃ仮にも先輩だからな。
And
子供好きが集まる専門の店ってのがあって、朝倉はその店に出入りしてるらしい。
instantly, Taku's expression hardened.
もしその話が本当だとしたら、時間の問題かもしれんな。今はまだ何も起きていないというだけで、場合によっては隼人君を保護する必要がある。
In a blink, Taku had completely changed his tune about Asakura. Ray looked at me in trepidation. Maybe he could sense the tension simmering just under the surface.
でも朝倉先生は悩んでるんでしょ？困ってるからルーストに来たりトアに話しかけたりしたんじゃないの？だったらまずは朝倉先生と話した方が。
こういうのは理屈や理性で止められるようなもんじゃない。年幅もいかない子供に対してそういう感情を抱くのは異常者だ。
His low growl echoed through the room. Something was clearly off.
それを言ったら、この町にいる人間はみんな同じ穴の無地なだろ。
True, we're all freaks.
タク、お前も。
Spoke matter of factly. Flustered, Taku pursed his lips.
すまん。少し言い過ぎた。
Hell yeah, snap back. Maybe he was just upset about the less than savory news regarding an old acquaintance. His smoke swayed, slowly changing its color to match his emotions.
タク、ちょっと疲れてるんじゃない？
Ray looked at Taku in concern. Apparently, he and I were on the same page.
いや、大丈夫だ。
He downed his drink, tossed the empty can in the trash, and left the waiting room.
本当に大丈夫かしら？
Ray's voice was a quiet mutter.
どうだろうな。
As I spoke, I stared down the hallway at Taka's retreating back. The next afternoon, normally I only traveled with the bare minimum in my pockets, but today I was carrying a tote bag as I headed to the park. The pain and swelling in my ankle had receded considerably, so I could walk on it again as long as I didn't put too much weight on it. At the park, I could see a handful of children playing on the playground, their mothers engaged in idle gossip nearby. A short distance away, I could see a man in a black suit standing in the shade of a tree, looking entirely overdressed, probably a Takasato cook. I looked out at the children, scanning each of them in turn. If the Takasato Gumi had them staked out, then that meant... Sure enough, Hayato was there playing in the sandbox. His mother had run off with the money from the store Kotaro was in charge of running. Once I confirmed that Hayato was here, I walked to an empty bench and sat down. As I watched him, I pulled my sketch pad and pencil set from my tote bag. Hayato didn't try to play with the other kids. Instead, he kept to himself. His smoke was a pale yellow. There was a reason I had wanted to find this kid. This morning, when I was having my usual smoke, his face suddenly rose to mind. Every now and then, I would have these sudden flashes of something that bothered me. So what was bothering me this time? It was that curiosity that brought me to this park, hoping Hayato would be here. Alternatively, if he wasn't here, I figured I'd sketch some other kids and try to work it out that way. I ran my pencil over the paper as I watched Hayato quietly build his sandcastle. Then, partway into my sketch, he spotted me. He saw me drawing and frowned, puzzled. Then he lost interest and went back to his project. Or so I thought, but then he got to his feet and ran straight over to me. I pretended not to notice. I didn't want him bugging me. He came to a stop right in front of me and peeked at my sketch pad.
何してるの?
His voice was innocent, with the faint hint of a lisp.
絵を描いてる。
I answered without looking up.
何を書いてるの?
子供。
僕のことも書いてた?
さあな。
The next thing I knew, he moved right up beside me, so close that our thighs touched. He leaned against my arm and peered closely at my sketch pad. His faint yellow smoke wavered right in front of me. Again, I felt the same inexplicable emotions I'd felt this morning when his face came to mind.
朝倉先生は優しいか?
I asked quietly as I continued to draw.
うん、とっても優しいよ。
朝倉先生のこと。
うん、大好き。
Hayato answered enthusiastic. He smelled faintly sweet, like candy. Suddenly, the pencil fell still. Hayato was just touching my face. His little index finger was tracing the scar that snaked across the bridge of my nose. When I looked up from my sketch pad, I found him staring at me with puppy dog eyes.
ねえ、この傷、どうしたの?
I cut myself. He fumbled over his... But I'm fumbling over my words. He fumbled over his words as he stroked my scar.
痛いの?
And then something touched my thigh. I looked down and realized he was propping himself up with his other hand.
足も怪我してるの?
He rubbed my thigh with his little hand. This kid. looked up at me, his lips slightly parted, his brow furrowed. I had no interest in children, but if I put myself in the mindset of a PDF, these little gestures didn't seem so... What is that word? Caucus anymore? Probably got that wrong. He probably didn't even realize he was doing anything wrong. From his perspective, he just wanted someone to care about him. His behavior wasn't specifically targeted at Asakura. He was like this with every adult in his life. In other words, this was just a survival tactic. Judging from the bruise on his face and the fact that his own mother ditched him, it was safe to say he was left starved. He was now so close he was starting to make me uncomfortable. Before I could push him away,
Hayato-kun.
An alarmed voice shouted his name. I looked over to find Asakura standing there, in shock, shoulders heaving. Hi. He walked straight over to the bench and gently pulled Hayato's head against his chest. The boy clung to him gleefully.
急に姿が見えなくなったからびっくりしたよ。
先生が忙しそうだったから公園で遊んでようと思ったの。
ちゃんと言わないとダメだって言っただろ。
Asakura scolded him gently, then glared at me. Listen, I didn't do anything, okay? Vex.
君はどうしてここに
Held up my sketch pad in a do your eyes work gesture. Damn. He frowned.
絵を描くのか。
ああ。
ここで何を描いてたんだ。
Hayato. I flipped the sketch pad open to the page I was just at. Asakura sucked in a breath.
天使だ。
He murmured quietly, his eyes glued to the drawing of Hayato.
天使
I repeated the word meaningfully, and he looked at me in surprise. He must have said it unconsciously. His eyes slowly sharpened, and panic set in. Without another word, he turned and started guiding Hayato away. Hayato frowned up at him, confused.
先生、お家に帰るの？
先生の病院に帰るんだよ。
そっか。お兄ちゃん、バイバイ。
He waved at me, then headed off with Asakura. As they retreated into the distance, I felt my suspicions turn to conviction. Asakura and Hayato were in a catastrophic combination. But if Asakura didn't get help for his problem, it was Hayato who would pay the price. Especially if Asakura saw Hayato as his own personal angel. Something had to be done before he lost control. I would love to see how you deal with this one. Jeez. I'll keep going. Why not? Wish for 4 hours. Let's go. That night, I was lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and smoking a cigarette. My phone buzzed. I sat up and grabbed it off the coffee table. Another one of those religious poems. You are the only one who can save me. I cannot bear it any longer. Heavenly Father, I beg of you, answer my prayer before it's too late. There's an image. It's the image. This time, the sender attached a file to the email. It was a photo of an angel doll. An ordinary Christmas tree ornament, from the looks of it. But the doll was lying on a work desk with its wings torn out. Sorry. Those were his exact words. I'm sorry. My brain was reeling. I rose to my feet and crushed my cigarette in the ashtray. And then I pulled on my coat and stuffed my phone in my pocket. I recognized the desk in the photo. I left my apartment, took the elevator to the ground floor, and was on my way to the exit when Taku walked out from the waiting room. Apparently, he had stayed late tonight.
こんな時間にどこへ行くんだ？
鷹の口委員。
理由は？
朝倉からユーフォリア宛てにメールが来た。
朝倉先生から？どういうことだ？
None of your business, just let me go.
今回が初めてじゃない。前から何通もだ。
I pulled my phone out of my pocket and showed him the email with the attachment. He frowned dubiously.
どうしてこれが朝倉先生だと分かったんだ？
他にも判断材料がある。
もし違ったらどうする？
朝倉だ。
He let out a conflicted sigh.
お前、足の怪我もまだ治ってないんだぞ。それでも一人で行く気なのか？
I'll be alright.
ああ。
Frankly, he knew better than to think he could stop me. His lips twisted in a defeated grimace.
分かった。終わったら連絡しろ。一線は越えるなよ。絶対に。
It'll be okay. In other words, don't get yourself killed. I nodded my assent, then left the building. Exhaling white fog, I looked up at the pitch black sky. Asakura was now extremely emotionally volatile. He was so desperate for help, he was grasping at straws. If I didn't take action, he might really clip an angel's wings. And the perfect candidate was close at hand. In fact, he was probably with him right this very moment. But could Euphoria truly save him, or... If I head over now, I can still make it in time. Asakura is at Takanokuchi waiting for Euphoria. Yep, I guess we'll go. Yep. The front entrance at Takanokuchi Medical Office displayed a sign that read, "No more appointments available today." I looked at it for a long moment, then put my hand on the knob. Surprisingly enough, it opened. So, I walked in. The main lights were all off, leaving only the faint illumination of the emergency lights. Moving quickly, I cut across the waiting room to the hallway. One of the doors had been left ajar, and light was streaming out from within. I walked right up to it and peered inside. I could see a man in a lab coat standing beside a boy lying on an operating table. A silver tray was placed atop the utility cart beside him. In addition to the usual scalpel, forceps, and rubbing alcohol, I could see what looked like stainless steel rods. I vaguely recognized them from my last visit. I slowly entered the room, then purposefully shut the door loudly. Hi! The man in the lab coat flinched and whirled around. It was Asakura. Lying on the operating table was none other than Hayato.
君は
His eyes widened in shock, his colorless lips trembling.
耐えられそうにないって。
As I quoted the email, confusion rose in his eyes.
そうか。君が。
結局、あんたの目的は子供なのか。
Grimacing, Asakura bit his lip and looked at Hayato.
君も私が子供に手を出す人間だと思っているんだろう。村瀬からそう聞いたか。
違うのか。
違う。少なくとも今この時までは。
He wrapped an arm around himself tightly.
自分でもよくわからないんだ。私は確かに子供が好きだ。心底可愛いと思う。だが手にかけたことは一度もない。なのにあらぬ噂を流された。以前に勤務していた病院で同僚や患者の親御さんからそういう目で見られるようになって、それで私はこの町へ逃げてきた。今度は同じことを繰り返さないようにしようと。ダメだった。欲求を消し去ることができなかった。
He let out a shaky breath.
もう私にはわからないんだ。それとも疑われたせいで過剰に意識してしまっているだけなのか。
After he finished spilling his guts, he looked at me with pained eyes.
私は決して子供を傷つけたいとは思っていない。断じて。天使というのは精神的な話ではなく、本当に羽を生やしてみたいんだ。人間の背中に、物理的に。
He shot a sidelong glance at the stainless steel rods on a silver tray. Wings. Was I off base, or were the rods meant to serve as the framework for the wings? His lips twisted in a self-deprecating sneer.
ふざけた話だろ。本当にバカバカしい。稚拙な願望だ。それでもどうしても止められない。
What am I about to witness? He had finally reached rock bottom. Looked at his face in profile.
だったらその子供は何なんだ。
これは。
Asakura looked at Hayato, lying there on the operating table, and faltered.
彼は確かに私の中の天使像に最も近い。天使は大体子供の姿をしているだろう。だが彼を傷つけたいわけじゃない。だから
羽を生やすのは別にそいつじゃなくてもいいってことか。
ああ、
俺にやれよ。
He looked at me in utter confusion.
ユーフォリア宛てにメールしたのはその願望をどうにかしたかったんだろ。
まあそうだが。
なら俺にやれ。俺ならあんたの望みを叶えてやれる。
His Adam's apple quavered as he swallowed. I stared quietly back at him, A faint smile playing at my lips.
俺があんたの天使になってやるよ。
A breathy laugh left his lips. His eyes were deadly serious. Apparently, he used anesthesia to put Hayato under. He scooped the sleeping boy into his arms and carried him out to a different room. I sat down on the exam table and waited. When he returned, he pulled the door shut and locked it. Oh.
なあ。
He looked back at me and our eyes met.
話がしたい。
I gazed deep into his eyes as I spoke, low and soft.
あんたのこと聞かせろよ。
Asakura stared back at me as if entranced.
あんたのことが知りたい。
Wow. 2 in 1 chapter.
私の何が知りたいんだ。
Okay. Again, doesn't mean it's the right choice. It's just a suggestion, I guess. Okay, so we have to make him go crazy.
話せ。
そんなこと。
Okay, we have to make him go crazy. Euphoria is not the goal. What if we show affection? Affection is always good.
ポジティブ。言えよ。
Oh man. Yeah. Tell me. Dang it, it closed. Alright, I gotta take a gamble here.
そうか。
わからない。
Okay, it's opening, it's opening. Plainly?
ポジティブ。
Okay, that's gonna close again, isn't it? Oh, stop closing!
なんでだ。
それは。
Well, what?
ネガティブ。
Tell me. Well, what?
朝倉。
God, I'm closing it, I'm closing it. Oh god, I'm not gonna get it. I should have said. Ah! Well no, they'll return me to the beginning, it'll be fine. Relax.
そうだろ。
No, closed. Oh. I failed. I did everything wrong. Okay. Dang. I'm bad. I'm bad. This is not boding well for chapter 3. Yes, I know. Yeah, this is definitely not boding well for chapter 3 for sure. There we go. Oh god.
この傷跡。
I should be playing it up front. Oh god. No, I don't want to have to do all that again. No, I really don't. Okay. That was pain. I guess the reverse? I don't know. Okay. Just in case it's like... Okay, it's not. I just really don't like the sound of the ripping. Oh my god.
それは
It literally physically pains me.
私にもわからない。
It's okay. It's okay. We got another try.
傷を
Okay. How about the angel?
天使
It's not that either.
天使にこだわりがあるのか。
天
Then
使
what is it?
そうだな。
Oh gosh. Chapter 2 has been hard for me. Well, I mean, at least it opened it up a little bit. I guess about Hayato, maybe? There we go. The angel saved me. Okay.
どうして隼人を選んだ？
True.
あの子は寂しい子供なんだ。愛情にとても飢えていて。だから選んだというわけじゃない。ただ、
You just?
私はあの子を放っておけなくて。
Wait. You know what? Never mind. Never mind. Oh, okay.
全部話すんだ。
自分の望み。
Mm-hmm.
本当の。
Tell me everything. Let me help you. Okay, this time we have to reach Euphoria. Do you? Right, we have to get the Euphoria up. Maybe this time you'd like be really nice. Yeah. No. Okay, maybe this one actually. Maybe? Okay, okay. Oh, wait. Do I have to get his madness down? Oh. A strong arm. What's the count again?
ポジティブに。そうだよな。
わからない。
Okay, good. Okay, good. It closed. Even I'm praying. I mean, we could try it. 'Cause I gotta get this thing up. I don't know how much time I have left. Okay, no.
お前は
それは
I mean, I'd say find out.
ポジティ
Like, don't
ブ。
assume.
そうだよな。
Yeah. Okay, good. We're doing good. No, no. No, no, we're doing good.
な
あれは
Play alone.
ポジティブに確かにそうだ
Okay. Okay, good. Whew. Spill your secret. No,
いいぜ
we're good. I don't want to make things worse than they are. Answer as a god would. Honestly, I kind of want to just to see what he says. Do y'all mind? Like, obviously I'm gonna agree with it, but I just kind of want to see what he says if I answer as a god. I just kind of want to see.
ネガティブにいいんだ
Oh, that was the right answer?
欲望の答えは
Oh, good. Nope, we gotta take it out. I want to hear it. Well, it's good to know that it's not that.
天使が欲しいそうだろ自分だけの天使が
そうだ羽の生えた天使が欲しい
ああ全部わかったもう迷う必要はない
天使本当に私は
What am I about to witness?
望みは
Yeah, I'm gonna admit, I'm actually a little bit scared for this one. Like the previous one, I mean, yeah, sure, a little scary, but oof. This one's got an operating table. I'm guessing later on, the hint that they give is not gonna be like the right choice. But so far, the hints that they've been giving seem pretty spot on, similar. After the conversation, I plucked the scalpel from the tray and offered it to Asakura.
ほら
He stared back at me in bewilderment.
やれよ作るんだろ天使
He swallowed loudly. Then, with trembling fingers, he accepted the scalpel. But he still looked perplexed. I pulled off my coat and shirt, baring my torso. His eyes widened at the sight of the innumerable scars snaking over my skin.
なんだよ
It was precisely the reaction I expected. I fixed him with a pointed smile.
その傷跡は
趣味だ
君は
Yeah?
狂ってる
Squeezing his eyes shut, he forced the words out from the back of his throat.
そして狂ってるのは私もだ
Mhm. As he spoke, he set the scalpel back on the tray. He then pulled a pair of latex gloves from his coat pocket and pulled them on. He was visibly nervous, and yet the motion came to him naturally. Oh, jeez. I feel I'm definitely have to kind of like cut all this out. Well, not cut it out. You know what I mean. Kind of like what I did with the last episode. Episode, chapter, video. Oh, God. Meanwhile, I laid face down on the exam table. With his gloved hands, Sakura picked up the scalpel once more. This is definitely gonna make me squirmy.
本当にいいんだな。
I nodded, and then waited quietly for the prick of his tiny blade. A sharp pointed pain ran down the side of my right shoulder blade. Slowly but surely, the pain took on a depth and heat. Oh? Okay. I could hear something wet. Blood, probably. The visceral pain of pierced flesh made me grit my teeth and grunt. But I kinda enjoyed this intense, electrifying sort of pain. Grimacing, I buried my face in my arms, tortured yet fulfilled. At long last, he had taken the first step toward his desire. I could tell he was excited from his labored breathing. He pulled his hand away from the incision on my right shoulder blade. Then the same pain ran through my left. While the cut on my right side was still throbbing hotly, a fresh pain cried out. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, and my nails clawed at the table. I was gritting my teeth so tightly, I thought my molars might shatter. It was agony. My ears were ringing, and I felt dizzy. I squeezed my eyes shut. Behind my eyelids, my vision went white. The familiar stench of blood stung my nostrils. Sticky wetness slithered across my back as Asakura hand hit somewhere above me. I opened my eye a crack and saw that my hands had gone white. Asakura let out an impassioned sigh. Apparently, we had finished the first stage. Oh! That does not look good. God. Okay. As he sliced my back open, I forced my head sideways so I could look at him. His bloodied hand set the scalpel back on the tray and grabbed a rod. Sure enough, the rods were some sort of skeleton for the wings. He must have designed them himself. They seemed kind of chintzy? But maybe all that mattered was the process of creating an angel. Asakura grabbed the rubbing alcohol and applied the amount to the rod. Hold on, I'm losing my voice. Ooh. Losing my voice here. Oh. Sorry, give me 1 second. Three, two, and one. The tip pointed at my back. He smiled quietly, barely suppressing his excitement. He was looking at me, but he wasn't really seeing me anymore. As he muttered, he brought the stainless steel bone to my right shoulder blade. Ugh. No pain wedged itself deep into the incision as the tip slowly sank into my bloody flesh. I don't know if I'll be able to read this anymore. This sounds horrible. Oh man, I gotta be strong. The pain forced a grunt out of me. Then my body stiffened and started to shake. And as I shifted my focus to that, I realized the numbing process had already begun. With the base of the right wing implanted in my shoulder, I next felt the prick of a needle against the surface of my skin. Over time, as the tiny pinches continued one after another, they grew more and more painful. If I had to guess, he was probably sewing me up to hold the wing in place. Yeah, sounds about right. Needle and thread, in and out, and in and out.
白い糸が赤く染まって
This game, oh my god, this is crazy. As if in a trance, Asakura murmured to himself as he worked. Each time he pulled the thread taut, I felt my blood run cold, followed by a searing heat. I feel my blood running cold. I don't think I can read this anymore. Oh my god. Oh god. I think because this one involves like medical stuff that it's affecting me more than the previous chapter. Cause holy hell, I can't. I'm just have to hope it finishes fast. Oh god.
さあ入れるぞ
Sorry about that. I was answering a message. Ooh. Man, Toa, I don't understand you. I really don't.
生まれる時の痛みの強さはきっと生まれた後の美しさにつながるんだ。
Stab, stab, stab. I can't. Oh my god. Oh? A time when I was essentially getting... Damn, I have to censor so many words in this. Oh god. Censor so much. Dang it, why can't I find that? I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'm struggling.
羽を縫い止めよう。君が自由に空を飛ぶことができるように。 とうとうついに生み出したんだ。この手で私だけの
そんなにいいのかよ。
ああ、とてもいい。とても美しいよ。と
大丈夫か？痛みは？
あんまり。
麻酔が効いてるんだろう。戻ってきてすぐに背中の縫合手術をしたんだ。覚えてるか？
いや、
本当にお前ってやつは。背中を縫うのはこれで2度目だ。子供の頃にも怪我したんだぞ。できるだけ傷跡が残らないようにしたんだが、今回は難しいだろうな。
この体で今さら気を使う必要なんてないだろう。
お前の体は本来もっと傷跡が残っていてもおかしくないんだ。もうこれお前は俺の患者だからな。医者として頼む。正直背中を血だらけにしたお前を見たときは生きた心地がしなかったよ。昔お前が怪我した時のことを思い出して本当にショックだった。
隼人と朝倉は？
隼人君は本土の児童シェルターで預かってもらうことになった。どうも母親に問題がありそうだったからな。朝倉はスタッフルームの片隅で座り込んでいるところを発見されたそうだ。極度の心神耗弱状態だと判断されて新興民総合病院に入院した。
Oh no, I've been muted this whole time. Oh dear God. Oh no. Well, it's alright. It was literally just me reading anyway, and saying I was gonna stop here and not start chapter 3. Well, yeah, that was quite a chapter. I don't think I'm gonna get any sleep tonight. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Hope you enjoyed it, and well, yeah, bye. God, I'm gonna be a mess.